I am on the English channel. If you choose the English channel, you should be hearing. You should be hearing my translation. We are on. Ana Paula. The technician could help, probably. Okay, I'm talking on the English channel.
Yes, I hear you in English.
Oh, yes. Okay, nice. So then the interpretation is working. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ana Paula, tá me escutando?
Sim, estou.
Ok. Ele conseguiu colocar interpretation?
Conseguiu, agora acredito que ele tenha conseguido.
Ah, ok. Estamos esperando só o Lacerda, tá? Pra gente iniciar.
So we're just waiting for Mr. Lacerda to start our event.
Vocês estão preparados para criar mundo?
Are you prepared to create the best? So come with us to this journey of the future in these 2 days. My name is Bruno Varzapellon. I'm director of the area Innovation and Sustainability from the Brazilian-German Chamber, and I'm leading you through this Congress. Before we start, I would like to say that we will have presentations in English and in Portuguese, and in our transmission, you will listen in the original sound without the interpretation. But if you are online here with us, you have the possibility to have an interpretation. You just can click the interpretation button. So we will have both languages here online. I would like to invite you to visit our digital stands and to interact with our other participants in the networking area, or clicking the logo and just informing us where do you want to interact. So to start officially this event, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Manfredo Rubens, the president of the German-Brazilian Chamber and also president of BASF from South America. Mr. Manfredo Rubens, you have the floor. Yes, thank you for the introduction, Bruno. Good morning, everyone. I welcome my colleagues to today's opening, Jochen Hermann, Antonio Lacerda, and the German ambassador, Heiko Thoms. Thank you very much for your presence. It is a pleasure to participate in this traditional event in a digital format again, and to say it worked. Despite fears of holding a Congress of this size only in a virtual form, we went ahead and we are reaping the benefits of this decision. More connection, more interaction, more exchange of experiences, not only between participants, but between two countries that are important partners, Brazil and Germany. Since its creation in 2012, this Congress has already established itself as an interactive and high-level platform for the discussion of technology and innovation. But it was still missing an important component to the discussion, and one that became more indispensable every year: the sustainability. Therefore, I am pleased to open for the first time the German-Brazilian Congress on Innovation and Sustainability. The objective here for us to talk about these two areas that can no longer advance one without the other. Our future is sustainable, it is green, and sometimes we forget this. It is a result of the initiatives we take today. Addressing sustainability at this event is also an important milestone for all the activities our chamber has developed in this area so far. Our Sustainability Working Group acts strongly in engaging member companies and partners in sustainable activities and enables the exchange of experience at the highest level. With the same focus, we have supported innovative and sustainable solutions from startups throughout our acceleration program, Startups Connected, since 2015. And starting this year, we will also offer a digital corporate education platform for companies seeking quality content about, for example, the UN Sustainable Development Goals throughout our AHK Digital Academy. I am very happy to also announce the launch of the 6th edition of the innovation magazine Brasil-Alemanha during today's Congress. This year, the publication brings as a novelty the Startups Guide. That's a compilation of all the startups that had overcome the challenges launched by the Startups Connected program since its creation. Technologies as NFT, blockchain, data mining, big data are the solutions that will contribute to a more innovative and sustainable future. I thank the employees, collaborators of our chamber for organizing this event. And I would also like to thank the German House of Science and Innovation, São Paulo, for the co-organizing the event, and the companies BASF and Siemens for their sponsorship and partnership. To the speakers, panelists, and participants, I also would like to say my gratitude for investing the time in the discussion of such relevant themes for the construction of a more sustainable future. Thank you very much. Bruno, back to you. Thank you, Manfredo. Thank you for your words. And thank you also for your help always. And then I give the floor to Mr. Johann Hermann. He is the director of the Regional Bureau DAAD of Rio de Janeiro. Johann Hermann, you have the floor. Good morning, our participants. The German Center of Science and Innovation and the Chamber, we already organized 8 times this Congress, and today we have the 9th Congress, and we decided to add, until now, German-Brazilian Congress of Innovation and Sustainability, because this is a very important topic. This is a very actual topic, and we want to integrate the sustainability aspect in our Congress. This Congress, we have this long partnership, but I would just say a few words. What we understand, innovation is the seed that is planted on scientific research. And first, we have the basic research on university, on the institutions, and then we will have the applied research. And this is then the innovation in the companies. This is our contribution. And this is also the sense of our Congress beginning today. We want to offer you inputs in science. We want to discuss about the status of research. So then in future, we can achieve innovation. And I'm very, very happy to be here to announce that this time we have 3 participants and 3 panelists from Germany, from Technical University Darmstadt, Münster, and from the Fraunhofer Institute. And I would like to announce also the fact that one project, the project Pro from the GIZ, will participate in our Congress, and they will talk about alternative fuels without climate impact. And this is a really, really very, very important topic. And let's go on, start with our Congress. I'm very happy to have such important people here in our German-Brazilian Congress of Innovation and Sustainability. And let's start now. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Hermann. We're very happy to have you from DAAD and the Center of Innovation on board. This is really a nice story. We have a nice history and starting our 9th Congress. And I will give the floor to Antonio Lacerda. He's leader of the Innovation Committee of our chamber and also Vice President Senior of BASF Latin America. Good morning, Bruno. the 9th Congress of Innovation and Sustainability, and I'm a leader of the Innovation Committee in the Chamber, and this is a committee it's full of energy and enthusiasm, and you participate on the meetings and you leave the meetings full of ideas and energy, and most important, you can see the engagement of people, of the companies, of the startups. So to create an ecosystem that is productive and that can connect Brazil, Germany, the companies and people in Germany and in Brazil, most of all. I would ask every participant of this Congress to be active. And this is a chance, a unique opportunity to get in touch with each other, to share experiences, and to share everything you have to offer. Bring your ideas. So together we can be fertile in this innovation climate, and the opportunities between Brazil and Germany, because this connection has a high potential to create results for Brazil, for Germany, for Brazilian companies, for German companies, and also for the startups in all the countries. So therefore, I really want to invite you to participate actively of this Congress and use all this information that's being shared, but bring ideas, contribute with your ideas, because this will enrich our Congress. We are on the 9th edition, and we prepared this very carefully for you. Give back to Bruno. Yes, Lacerda, thank you for your kind words, and thank you for the leadership in our innovation committee. We had a lot of progress in these last years, and of course, this would not have been possible without your help and without your engagement. And then I would give the floor to Heiko Thoms. He's ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany here in Brazil. Mr. Thoms, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Mr. President, Mr. Rubens, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great joy and honor for me to open this year's Innovation Congress. Innovation Congress contributes now for the 9th time to link science and economy in our German-Brazilian cooperation. After all, we know that innovations are born mainly in the interfaces between different research areas and in the connection between economy and science. The Congress is dedicated for the first time in its history to innovation and sustainability. This novelty is coherent and represents a breakthrough. For without sustainability, all progress rests on a fragile foundation. Taking advantage of the opportunity, I would like to thank first of all the German-Brazilian Chamber for the commitment in organizing this event, and the German companies BASF and Siemens, sponsors of the Congress. Many thanks also to the DWIH for the special support in the realization of this 9th German-Brazilian Innovation Congress. I also express my compliment to Mr. Manfredo Rubens, President of the German-Brazilian Chamber of São Paulo and President of BASF South America, Mr. Dr. Jochen Hellmann, Director of the DAAD Regional Office in Rio de Janeiro and the Director of the German House of Science and Innovation in São Paulo, and to Antonio Lacerda, leader of the Innovation Committee of the German-Brazilian Chamber in São Paulo. The German-Brazilian Innovation Congress plays an important role in the closer cooperation between our countries, and it aims not only to present trends in the innovation market, but also to boost the exchange of experiences and the approximation between Brazilian and German companies and institutions in this field. Sustainability means expanding the vision and jointly considering ecological, social, and economic challenges. We are responsible for future generations as well, and those who do not invest in the future today will pay a high price later. Therefore, we rely on science and research to provide the answers that would lead us to a sustainable future. And we rely on cooperation with the economy to put research results into practice more quickly. With a firm orientation towards sustainability, we in Germany are putting many different areas to the test. This represents an important contribution not only to achieving sustainability goals, but also to winning new markets. With future technologies in the fields of green hydrogen, circular economy, and bioeconomy, Germany wants to remain the technology leader at the energy turning point in terms of resource efficiency and climate protection. As part of the Green ICT competition for innovation and environmentally friendly information communication technologies, 3 winners with energy efficient digital technology solutions were selected in August this year. The proposal from these winning projects will lead to a reduction of up to 1 million tons of CO2 equivalent per year in Germany. But at the same time, they also mean that Germany, thanks to this innovation, is taking the path to being a leading market for sustainable technologies for digitalization. In the fight against climate change, digitalization is to become part of the future. Germany is also banking a green hydrogen in its energy turnaround. The National Hydrogen Strategy aims to reduce CO2 emissions. Thus, Germany is to become a world's leading supplier of equipment for modern hydrogen technologies. A total of 7 billion euros are available for the promotion of hydrogen technologies in Germany and 2 billion euros for international partnerships. These funds are also intended to intensify research and development from the German federal government also cooperates with Brazil in the area of hydrogen. For Brazil, it is a chance, besides the internal use, also to become an exporter of green energy. For this region, we are already working with the Ministry of Science, developing climate-friendly aviation fuels produced from wind and solar energy. One issue that I'm very concerned about here in Brazil, and for which we are working hard, is the protection, but also the sustainable use of the rainforest. With the Amazon, Brazil plays an absolutely crucial role in global climate and biodiversity protection. And here too, it is a matter of finding innovative ways to reconcile economic development, social interest, and the protection of our natural resources, and to develop prospects for the viable green economy for the future. I'm looking forward to the project to be presented in this edition on the exchange of the ideas among the participants. I believe it will be a very enriching, promising event for all participants, and of course, for the bilateral cooperation between our countries. I wish you a very good Congress. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas, for your kind words. As you could see, folks, the words of our guests, our honorable guests, made it very clear the importance of innovation and sustainability. It's essential for us to analyze these topics urgently and place our best efforts so that we can create a better world. And this is our message. As I mentioned, we have to be aware of this importance, and I invite you, let's think and reflect throughout this event. How can we create a better world? And how can the German Brazilian Chamber help this? And I would also like to thank the German Center for Innovation, Siemens, and BASF for their support. Without your participation, it would be impossible to hold an event like this, of this magnitude, free for all the cities. So it's a great pleasure to have you once again with us. So I would like to briefly comment about our next 2 days, where we are going to have 7 presentations. Actually, he corrects himself, 8 presentations, 2 panels, workshops, and national and international experts involved in all the programming. So we have a lot of content, a lot of quality control. So as you could see, only by the opening of the event, this promises a lot. And I would like to invite also to interact with the other participants using our network. You can do this, and also clicking on the name of the person you would like to talk to. This is a sole opportunity. We from the Brazil-Germany Chamber, we have a recurrent meeting with startups, and you in this event, you will also have this opportunity to connect not only with startups, but with startups that participated in the program Startups Connect, our acceleration program, one of the main programs in Brazil. So we leave this invitation for those who want to know more about this initiative. And with this, before we start our first block of the event that will tackle on the strategies and culture, I would like to send you a message. All the panels, all the discussions will have 3 moments of presentation, where the speakers will talk about the subject. After that, we will have a discussion with the moderator of the panel, and at the end, we will open for Q&A to the audience. So if you have questions, right, or if you want to send comments, please start doing this through the Q&A and through the chat for those who are following us in the YouTube. With this, we start our first panel that will tackle on the creation and management of communities. This panel will be moderated by Mr. Mark Reichert, and will include Professor Rainer Ander from the Technical University of Darmstadt, Renata Favalli-Zanotto, co-head of Kubo, and Kennedy Almeida, Executive Director of Education, Research and Innovation and Digital Health for Hospital Oswaldo Cruz. So that we can start, I would like to invite Professor Ander for his first presentation. So please, you have the floor, and you have 5 minutes to start the subject. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Bruno. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for this kind invitation. It's a big honor for me to take this opportunity to contribute to this very important Congress. So maybe I could share a short presentation. It's really very short. Can you see it? Can you see it? Okay. So that's me. My name is Rainer Ander. And I have a couple of very important responsibilities. I'm a member of the Scientific Research Council of the platform Industrie 4.0 in Germany. I'm also a member of 2 academies. The one is called ACATEC, which is the German Academy of Science and Engineering, and also the Academy of Science and Literature, located in Mainz. And in this academy, I'm acting as the president of this academy. And I'm also a professor of Technische Universität Darmstadt, located in mechanical engineering and responsible for computer integrated design. So the digitalization in mechanical engineering is the core technology I'm responsible for at Technische Universität Darmstadt. Ladies and gentlemen, for this important conference, I would like to invite you for a brief introduction of Darmstadt, which is the city where I'm living. And Darmstadt is in the middle of Germany, in the Rhine-Main area. And it is very close to Frankfurt. Maybe you know Frankfurt Rhine-Main Airport. And we have only about 15 minutes by car to approach the airport, Frankfurt Rhine-Main. But the introduction of Darmstadt might be a little bit different, because I'm very happy that an important company called BASF is sponsoring this conference, because I was born in Ludwigshafen, and Ludwigshafen is very close, or is the headquarters of BASF. So I choose the explanation of Darmstadt based on the chemical system of elements. So this is the world. Then you see in chemistry, there is a table of elements, the periodic table of elements. And if we are approaching Europe, you find Europe as the element number 63, europium. If we proceed, then we find Germany. And for Germany is the element 32, germanium. Now, if we are going to our state, the state is called Hesse, and it's the element 108, hessium. And in the state of Hesse, we find Darmstadt, as I mentioned, very close to Frankfurt Airport. And in the periodic system it's Darmstadium. And in Darmstadt, we have the Technische Universität Darmstadt with two main locations. One is called the campus downtown on the upper left side, and on the lower right side is the campus Lichtwiese, where in fact engineering and technology is located. And here in our campus Lichtwiese, we have set up two very important factories. These are real factories. One factory is dedicated to Industrie 4.0, and the other one is dedicated to sustainability. And ladies and gentlemen, the important thing is that we are combining the two things. On one hand, the digitalization, and on the other hand, the sustainability. So yes, we are using Industrie 4.0 for sustainability. And one of our very important projects here is to enable in this so-called ETA factory the carbon neutral production technology. We want to transform the today's production into a CO2 neutral production. And as these real factories, I am very happy to invite you, if you are around in Germany, if you are approaching Frankfurt Rhine-Main Airport, give me a call, and I can organize a visit to these factories. So this for the introduction. Thank you.
Yes, Professor, and now we will continue with Renata's presentation. Renata, you have 5 minutes. It's a pleasure to all. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy and honored to be in this event. Professor, I would like to visit your city, and it's great to be here with all of you. My name is Renata Zanuto. I am a Kubo co-head. I'm in this startup as ecosystem for more than 10 years, a little bit more. And I had an experience in a major corporation for more than 11 years, where I started my contact with innovation, with technology, with a digital transformation and cultural transformation. And since 2017, I am a leader of the initiative of Kubo, which is a connection hub. What is Kubo? What do we do in our daily activities? Kubo is one of the most relevant hubs of technological entrepreneurism fostering, where basically what we do is a selection of startups, of the most relevant startups in the ecosystem, and we make the connection of such startups with the community and with the entrepreneur ecosystem, which is actually our topic today, to talk about this connection, about this integration of the community and of the strengthening of this community, of the ecosystem, to generate even more innovation to Brazil and to Latin America, and consequently to the world as a whole. We connect these startups with other startups, with major corporations, with this vision of transformation and generation of businesses among these companies, with investors for possible investments, with universities to check the potential of talents working on those institutions, and also with other stakeholders for strategy partnerships, so that we can strengthen and help even more the entrepreneurs to have a presence in the market with greater scalability. In addition to our startups today, we have more than 300 startups in every sectors and industries. And if you want to know who or what are these startups, please access our page, kubo.network/startups. You can see all the startups that are joining us. And in addition to those, we have the major corporations that are participating and making this journey of transformation, cultural and technological, getting close more and more to this idea of innovation and entrepreneurism, so that together we can strengthen our communities and we are able to have more innovation and generate more value to the ecosystem as a whole. Today, we have more than 20 corporations that are doing all this journey of transformation. And in addition to these corporations, we also have our strategic partners that add strength to the expertises of Kubo, so that together we can generate greater value to the ecosystem. So today we have, for instance, Angels in Brazil, Liga Ventures, AIDA, and many other organizations that somehow add to our strengths. We match to each other in equal capacities and strengths to generate more value to ecosystem. In addition to a vision to fostering entrepreneurism with a lot of content that we contribute to society. So it will be an honor to be here with you. And Kubo is also contributing for this management and integration among all these players, so that we can have an even more innovative ecosystem and change the level of what we have in the world. So it's a pleasure to be here with all of you. Thank you very much. So thank you, Renata. It's very nice to hear from you, because our topic of our panel is communities and ecosystem. And when you tell a little bit more the history of Kubo, you are tackling on the ecosystems and on the communities and the importance of all of this. And now, adding to what you said in the beginning, I would like to repeat and reinforce the invitation of you to visit Theo Darmstadt. I was able to visit with a group of executives and Brazilians once, and it's fantastic, these centers of competence that Professor Ander mentioned. And now, to talk a little bit about another time of community, we will have the presentation of Kenneth Almeida from Oswaldo Cruz Hospital, a supporter and partner of our activities here in the chamber. So Kennedy, you have the floor, and in the sequence, we return with Mark to moderate the panel. So Mark, get ready, that we will return with you. Thank you, Bruno, very much. Thank you for the Chamber for the invitation. Not only we support, but we also understand that the presence of the Chamber today brings a magnificent effect to our ecosystem in the hospital of Oswaldo Cruz. And this month, especially, we are celebrating 124 years of existence, a hospital with a great tradition, and has the German community here always present and active as members, council members, and they bring a positive influence on how we can bring the German culture in the strategy of health, evolving to other perspectives in the innovation, research, digital health, and education. And we bring here in our hospital a motto. We continue maintaining this topic, this motto, that brings two positive topics. We have an innovative tradition. It's a hospital that's used to using innovation as a generation of value. And this has also brought this refreshing, this new way of acting always, but maintaining its origins and traditions. This is the strategy of action in the healthcare, and especially the vision of action of the hospital. We understand recently that we needed to review the vision of how to integrate the stakeholders. We already have an ecosystem identity. It's a highly complex system where approximately 4,000 physicians move around the year. And this brings to us a lot of vision, a lot of new things, a lot of new ways of thinking that can be incremental or disruptive. And we needed to align this vision, this way of organizing this ecosystem in a more strategic way. We assembled a center of digital health group, 800 square meter, where especially our perspective is not the present of startups or big companies, or even eventually of partnerships. They would like to use it as a physical space for their action. It's more the relationship with our nurses, with our physicians, with our physiotherapists. And then we can understand it, because this makes a lot of difference. And this brings the vision of future. As we said, we have this hybrid vision of innovation. We have an internal vision and we have an open vision. We listen and we bring to practice many of these alternatives that are developed by the startups, and we bring in that space a point of reference, of relationship. Perhaps this is the best term to use, and especially in the world with the relationship of startups, then the Brazil-Germany Chamber is a strategic partner. Every year we start with this challenge and we meet several alternatives according to our proposition and vision for the development and needs of activities of a hospital that is as complex and as big as ours. So these are my first words. I'm saying that it's a strategic point of action in ecosystem, and we understand this as a vision of future that has to be brought to the management of our daily activities. Thank you very much.
It's you, Ander. Mark, é com você.
Mark, it's with you. Oh, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here today with Professor Anderle and Dennis Renata. It's very nice to be here. And I would like to congratulate the Brazilian-German Chamber to organize this Congress to discuss the importance of continuous investing in open innovation. And this is really fundamental to make progress as a society, also in sustainability. And I'm very honored also to be invited to moderate this panel. And in the beginning, I would like just to show the innovation journey we had here in Bayer. And as innovation and sustainability are very important parts of our path, one of the most important transformations is the evolution of our business model, because we're more focused on open innovation, more collaborative. And this movement makes us understand that we need to connect to partners, clients, startups, other companies and public institutions to find solutions together for these big challenges. You remember that in November 2020, we launched Life Hub São Paulo. That's the first innovation hub of the company in Latin America and the most complete in 8 units all over the world. And since then, open innovation of the company in Brazil has grown with many connections with important partners. and we developed many projects simultaneously. We wanted to connect with society as a whole. We want to listen actively to understand the demands of our public and to find the best solutions for everyone. So the launch of Live Hub São Paulo was a very huge step on this way. And we defined 3 business pillars to innovation, sustainability, and people. And we are connected, and investments in open innovation have the objective to create, together with startups and other companies, solutions and products that can help the society to make front to the big challenges we are facing. And to reach these goals, we need diverse people with different histories. And here we need really innovation. Bayer understands that we need also contribute to stimulate a production chain where people are respected and to consider our social responsibility as an important factor. Last week, we launched the award Prêmio Inovação in a multidisciplinary group with our partners, and this award is the biggest initiatives in the last 125 years here in Brazil. And we want to push science and innovation here in Brazil, and we want to foster applied science in our sectors, health and agriculture. The German-Brazilian Chamber is one of the most important partners in this project, with other important institutions as ABERTA, Embrapa, Fiocruz. And more than an award in money, it's 100,000 real to 6 projects. This award wants to connect researchers on the whole country in the innovation systems from Bayer and our partners. So we will open our doors, we will offer our labs and spaces to these researchers. And who does research knows how these connections are important. This initiative is aligned with the goals when we created Live Hub São Paulo. That's more than just a physical space. It's an innovation ecosystem focused in partnerships with startups and with our Department of Innovation and Acceleration to develop innovative projects to create impacts for all the business divisions from Bayer. We have a physical space of 1,500 square meters. We built 40 working stations, labs, co-working spaces, experimental labs, and a studio for content creation. In this first year, the hub activities were concentrated on digital environment because of the pandemic, but step by step, we are planning our way back to our physical rooms in the first semester of 2022. Today, we see how this initiative is getting more mature and how a community is helping. We have more than 100 startups connected here and 12 only for projects with COVID-19. Now our startups are residents and we have more than 15 projects in the pipeline, and we are organizing our employees live this innovation culture to generate impact solutions for our clients. And that's what we call the intra-entrepreneurship. And with all these challenges, we tackle complex problems with our expertise and with our technologies. More than 1,100 employees are participating on online trainings and events for innovation and hub, and these methodologies are being used for new solutions every day. And we have a lot of voluntary employees also working. So that's what we believe in. Innovation is only possible if we can co-create with society. And when we create a structure that can be part of a solution to new and old problems. So cooperation, always together. And to continue our panel here, I would start with some questions to my colleagues. And I would like to open the panel with a question, with a general question, or for all the three panelists. What's the importance of the communities for the evolution of a society? Can we start with Professor Andel?
Thank you very much, Mark, for this very challenging question. I'm strongly convinced that the importance of communities is extremely high. And the reason for that is technology needs acceptance by society. And you will never be able to develop and to bring a technology to the market if the society is against this technology. And communities are participating in the creation of the acceptance in the society. And yeah, they are being used as a bridge between the technology developers and the society. And therefore, communities are very essential to develop also a region, for instance, where the competence for technology is available. And last not least, the communities support the development of the welfare. And therefore, from my perspective, communities are really very important.
Muito obrigado, Raina.
Yes, really, I agree with you. This, what you say, the bridge, that's an important word. That's really very important. And talking about social impact, Kenneth, you are in a very important field, the health field. How do you see this link between communities? Well, Mark, when Professor Anders said that it's a high value, I really can agree, because that's not only an empiric perception. The studies show that there is an asymmetry of knowledge between participants, and in our case, it's a hospital. But in this asymmetry, it's important to complement. Most of the organizations see that this process needs a curatorship, a management, to understand how we can connect different actors. And a clear example with COVID now, we had a crisis, we all saw it in the media, and the patients needed to be intubated. And we heard people, they said in the media, we have no ventilators, we have no ventilators. And can you imagine, we had a physiotherapist talking to engineers and talking with a German company. They could develop a small piece that could take 400 patients out of the line with a BPAP. It was not invasive. It was a not invasive method. So it were 3 companies. We had a company, a physiotherapist, and an engineer, and they developed a small piece, and this helped 500 people. So we registered the patent, of course, but we gave this to society, and we gave this to all the other hospitals, because that's important, and community has a power. So we have the knowledge of each of everyone, and they together could develop this device. And this is a very practical example to show that the community needs to get into innovation, and we do this a lot here in our hospital. Whoa, that's great! That's great. Thank you, Kenneth. This was very impressive, and it's nice to listen to this practical example, so important in our days. Renata, how do you see this community? So, Kubu, we know that you are handling a lot of communities in your day-to-day work. Yes, to complement what Professor said, you brought already practical examples what happened, and in our Kubu, we say the world is changing very quickly, and from 2020 to the future, it's changing even more quickly with the pandemic, and we saw we need the community, we need the players, and we need to add up forces to get out of this crisis stronger. And we say always companies that will have success in the future are not companies that will build everything in-house, but companies that know how to organize. They can look what they can do in their own company, and then they need to look at the society, and they need to define partners. And that was a very beautiful example. That's exactly what happened. Open innovation, an open mind. Then we can create value for society. And even in health, we saw this at Kubu also. We have startups, as I said, we have startups on every sector. And one of the examples is health. And we have startups of telemedicine. And now with COVID, that's an area that grew a lot. And many, many possibilities opened up in this crisis, things that before the pandemic wasn't even allowed. Now we have telemedicine startups, and we have one of the companies, Connexa. They grew 50 times because they were able to do digital appointments. So then with the lockdown, the e-commerce grew a lot, and so many technology solutions would allow people to go on buying and things to go on happening. These are only some examples how technology can help and can benefit the society and the companies. And now, after COVID, we see that digital transformation is even getting quicker because many startups allowed the operations from company, because without this technology, not even the events we are having like today could happen. So, and that's Kenneth example in Brazil, together with Germany, together with other players. Today, and in the future, we can't speak of a word and companies without looking at innovation as a strategic part of their business and something that needs to be done. And this open innovation is very important for society, adding up forces to generate value for every part. So what Kubu, the role of Kubu is to be a connector between all these bridges, showing what's happening. So then we can have a better result for the ecosystem and for society as a whole.
Perfect. And this connection was very important right after COVID. The fast pace that solutions were provided was fantastic. Now I would like to focus on a topic about the technique of Darmstadt. So Professor Endel, I'll turn the floor to you because university has many stakeholders that are part of the community. So I would like to know how to create, we know about the complexity of the different stakeholders, of the orchestration of all of this. How can we create an environment of collaboration, discussion among all these stakeholders?
Yes, the simple answer is we have to talk with each other. This is very important. And if we are taking a point of view by the university, then we find here professors, researchers, students. And for instance, it's very important that we enable students to found a startup. Because many students do not think about starting their own business. And we can use the university as an enabler. And on the other side, we find the industry. We find the society with city communities, regional communities. But I would also like to draw your attention to the so-called business development and economic communities, which are located in the regions. And for instance, our strategy in TU Darmstadt is to participate in this business development and economic communities. So this enables a direct communication, a direct discussion between the academic world, but also the business world. And this is very important. On one hand, for the enterprises, it's very important because then they are very close to the students who are graduating. And of course, they want to see which graduates could be hired by my own enterprise. And on the other hand, for the students, it's very important because they find easily jobs. And I would also like to mention the high importance of the associations. For instance, the industrial associations here in Germany are very important, but also the cultural associations are very important. And yes, we are networking with these associations. And if you ask now for concrete instruments to enable this collaboration, then, for instance, networking events are a very good instrument, but also the establishment of projects, or what has been done in Darmstadt, we have organized fairs for our graduates. So the industry is coming to Darmstadt and they are taking just a booth in this fair, and they are consulting more or less the students for their employment decision. And last not least, it's also a very good instrument is when the communities are deciding to provide awards. For instance, here in my region, we have a region with quite a lot of industry, but we also have a region with few industry. And when this region has provided an award for students coming from this region, there was a very high attention in the region, and this led to a very close collaboration between this community and the Technische Universität Darmstadt. So, but to be honest, what is strongly needed is also a lot of openness in the academic world. That's very important.
Perfeito, muito obrigado.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Professor Anderl. And it's very interesting. And I like now to turn to you, Renata. We all know that Kubo came from an initiative from the Itaú Bank, and I want to know what were the main pillars that helped to create this community that turned out to be Kubo, and how was the participation of Itaú Bank in the creation of this community? Perfect, Mark. Kubo Itaú actually started analyzing technology innovation around 2010, analyzing what was happening here in Brazil, what happened in the Silicon Valley, taking people to the Silicon Valley, and they discovered this need of being in the daily activities of innovation, not just visiting the Silicon Valley, but having this available here in Brazil, having what happened at the Silicon Valley happening also here in Brazil, and talking with the ecosystem to understand what the bank could do to get closer to be in the daily activities and not to need to visit all the times in the Valley. They found the Redcoin Investments, which is an investment fund in the Silicon Valley, and they commented, why don't you create an initiative in Brazil that does not exist? An initiative that brings density, that is, that brings all the stakeholders in the entrepreneur environment to this place, university, investors, etc., so that together they can integrate, generate connection, generate business, and generate what we have in the Silicon Valley here to Brazil. This initiative of density already existed in Singapore and Japan and the Silicon Valley and other regions, and this was a gap here in Brazil around 2010 until 2015. So despite having a series of initiatives of support to entrepreneurs, we didn't have one to bring density. So in 2015, Kubo and Itaú and Redpoint Ventures got together to start Kubo to bring density and to generate connection among all stakeholders. The most interesting initiative is that this started in 2015 with a building of 5 stories at Casa do Ator with only 40-50 startups. And today we have a 5-fold initiative in all senses, in connections, in physical space. And we also change our mentality of a building with a community to a community that today also has a building. And what do I mean with this? Today, currently, Kubo, one of our benefits is the physical space, but currently we are also a digital community. So our community is broader than the physical space. We generate digital connections, and not necessarily only for those who are here in São Paulo and Brazil, but worldwide. Everybody can have access. We can have and generate value to all startups in the world and companies in the world as a whole. For Itaú, why was it interesting? Because Itaú entered the daily activities of innovation close to most relevant startups in the ecosystem, and also analyzing how these startups could benefit the bank itself concerning innovation, thinking a lot about open innovation, not only for their core business, analyzing fintechs, but also for the other areas of businesses, how the startups could generate value. So our HR, startups connected to their core business and other initiatives of business generation, also to generate and bring innovation to the bank, automating many things and generating more efficiencies for the bank. It has been incredible. The bank has its innovation area open inside Kubo, making the bridge between the startups and the Kubo and generating more value. So Itaú not only is contributing in-house, but also to the society as an initiative to Kubo, and it's incredible to be part of all of this. Yes, very nice. Congratulations. It's a fantastic initiative. And we all know here in Brazil, the evolution of Kubo, spectacular. And Kenneth, now the floor is yours. I was thinking what has been done to generate a collaborative environment according to this topic and promote the technology transfer between the clinical body and the different entrepreneurs.
Perfeito, Marca. E acho que tem duas falas
Perfect,
do
Mark.
professor e da
I hear what Professor and Renata said. We can also use to answer for your question. What is the first thing that Professor said? We have to talk to each other. This is essential when we talk about innovation. So relationships must be light, structured by light. And what Renata said, we need density as well. When the stakeholders, they get together, they organize these works strategically. And strategy is an essential word. In the first year, we started doing very fast, trying to connect. We gather some resources, but we didn't have a clear-cut strategy defined. And this was a problem because we saw a lot of interesting things, some tackling on the strategies of action of the hospital. Others seems relevant only to the market, but we hadn't defined exactly our expectation as institution, our vision of future for this initiative, for instance, for the Center of Digital Health. We invited Fraunhofer to be the advisor in this. What did we want for the next year? What was calling our attention in all the movements and elements that we understood that were relevant for a health institution? With this, we assembled a strategy. After that, we optimized the tools. Today, we have an internal platform of generation of ideas for our teams and remembering what was already said. Hospital is a complex community. We have labs taken care by outsourced companies. We had another world and complexity with surgeries, each of which have different societies with different rules and regulations and a different strategic view. So with this first definition of strategy, we started implementing the internal tools with this management platform. In a second moment, we define the challenges for the community in a structured way. I even mentioned the Brazil-Germany chamber that regulates this relationship with the startups that bring to us this vision of integration. And at the end, I believe it was more important was to establish governance. The physician, when he wants to join a project, he has a question. How can I join? What can I also bring to my practice and to my vision as an entrepreneur? What will I take from this institutional relationship? So this adoption of culture of innovation brought several elements where we established the expectation of the participation of the physician, the win-win solution that we'll have from him and the startup vision, and all the process of breaking down the results of co-joint development. So this strategy generated more interest in what before was just an attempt of generating a culture of innovation. Today, in a good sense, we already have to regulate the breakdowns that we had in this community. That is the internal team of the hospital and the internal network and the open innovation that we practice over here. Perfect. Thank you very much, Kenneth. And we have just a few more minutes before we close this panel, so we could, I believe we could stay longer, but I have a last question, and please do be very brief in your answer. Professor Anderln, we have many people here who are business people coming from the corporate world. And I would like to know from you, what is the importance of getting the companies involved in the academic community?
We have a clear strategy. Involving companies in the academic community is highly important. It's really very, very important. And for instance, in my university, representatives of the companies are members in the University Council of TU Darmstadt. This is very important because the University Council is also a decision-making body at TU Darmstadt. And on the operational level, we have established quite a number of what we call externally funded projects, joint research projects, where industrial partners are part of the project. And besides that, industrialists are called to our project advisory council. So this is a sounding board for the project, and also a so-called multiplier if project results are becoming more and more important. And so we have quite a number of collaboration activities, and we are following the strategy science meets business for industry. And this is our strategy, and we think it's very important.
Excellent, thank you, Professor Andel, and thank you also for your attendance and your participation in this panel. Renata, also following this same line, but introducing value. How can Itaú add value to these relationships if you have this relationship in Cuba? Well, I believe that not only Itaú Bank, but also our supporters and all the companies that want digital transformation. It is this connection with companies that can add value, both in-house, helping in efficiency of processes and marketing, HR, legal, sales, and all the areas, because today there are several inefficiencies and several processes with challenges to be met, and the startups, they help to solve these challenges. And so this vision, not only of the bank, but of all the corporations that try to get digital transformation and generate more innovation, that's very much connected to our core. All the companies try to work with startups like this. And this is not only in-house, but also outdoors, how the startups can be strategic to generate value to the core business of different companies. So in the case of a health company, how can startups generate value and help in the improvement of the final product, analyzing the new behavior of the consumer, improving the product, or even in some corporations that are investing in a startup or even acquiring these companies, either to open new markets or to have new products without a company needing to start from scratch. And then there is a startup doing this very well, that is analyzing the efficiency of that product, and then you just need to acquire it. And also some companies that after being acquired, they bring talents for the company with a new mindset, and this has also transformed into a new mindset for the corporation. So the Cubo is a player in the bridge so that these connections happen, and this transformation and value generation, either for the bank or either for other combinations, also take place. And I would like to thank again to all of you. It was a pleasure to be with you here, and I'm at all disposal. If you want to know more about the Cubo, about the startups and generate connections, I'm here. Congratulations for the event. Perfect, Renata, and it is worth to make a visit to Cubo. It's fantastic. So now, Kenneth, let's talk a little bit. We didn't talk much about civil society, but what are the main benefits of including civil society in this community? Very big, Mark, and we are a philanthropic hospital. We have not lost this identity to return to society, everything that is developed here in terms of knowledge, innovation. And in this aspect, even because of the relationship that we have with the Ministry of Health, today we are advisors for the structuring of the organization of DataSUS, for instance, a structure that needed more dialogue with everything that is being performed in the world of health that practice innovation, either startups or big companies. So through a program to support institutional organizations with work bringing this knowledge to the Ministry of Health. And it is a conception of ours as a hospital, which makes me very happy to work here. We do not restrict the knowledge that is developed, not even for competitors, because it's silly when we understand here in Brazil that we have to see the competitors as enemies, that we have to grow only if we put the competitors down. No, quite the contrary. This week, I received 3 different hospitals, one from Sao Paulo, other from Santa Catarina, another one from Paraná, where we were opening all the strategy, all the discussion, all the connection, so that they can also evolve with this element innovation and research and this element of professional qualification. So it's curious when they say, you're opening everything. Sure, no problem. What is a strategy of ours can be on paper, but what will differentiate is practice, not what is on paper. On paper, we can share, but especially we have to consider the stakeholders in society so that we can make a development together. And it is very common to find in these dialogues either what I mentioned, a hospital that is competing for the same patient as we are, and also a teaching institution. We also have a college, but we don't understand them as direct competitors. We are qualifying them together, and we find symmetry in these dialogues. As I mentioned, I'm going to visit this hospital in Paraná. They have a fantastic area, and I only discovered that when we dialogued and we showed our practice in innovation. So when we think about civil society, as society, we have to learn a lot how to do this, sharing, right, in a more strategic way with society. Some countries have shown this clearly, with this organization of the system in a way of generating complementarity. Germany is a good example. Israel is a good example. The initiative that we see in some isolated islands should be more practiced to benefit society, especially when we talk about health, we talk about that.
Yes, that's perfect, Kenneth. I just agree, and really we need to collaborate to find answers. I would like to thank you for your participation here, Professor Rainer Anderl, Renata Favale Sanudo from Cubo, and Kenneth Almeida, so Executive Director of the German Hospital. And I would like to invite everyone who is here listening to speak to each other, to connect, to contribute, because as we heard, it's very important to work together to have a better society and a better life. Thank you very much, you three. And now I will give the floor back to Bruno. Thank you, Mark. This was a very good moderation for us of the German chamber. It's very important to have this panel because our objective is to connect points, to connect dots, to promote business in different parts. And this is a very important topic for us because we want to foster the development of communities, and communities are not something artificial, but we are live or living organisms. And we want to hear about a community in different visions. We have the academic community, the business community, and the doctors. So all these communities have the same goal. We want to develop innovative business in different ways. So thank you very much for your contributions. And now I would give to the next topic, corporate venture capital, how to balance the financial return and strategic return. Without spoiling this discussion, I would like to invite Antonio Lacerda. He is leader of the Committee of Innovation of the Chamber and Vice President Senior of BASF. David Taff, CEO from Siemens. Newton Campos is professor of entrepreneurship of Getúlio Vargas, and Marcos Solibieda, managing director, Global Corporate Venture Capital of BASF Venture Capital GmbH. So I would like to pass the floor to David Taff to start this second panel. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to the panelists. If you allow, I would like to present Siemens in Brazil, what Siemens participation is doing in Brazil, before we talk about our topic. If you don't know details about Siemens, we are since 1878, I believe, the first telegraph of the Emperor Pedro was developed by Siemens. They had a lot of projects, and then they had the first plant in 1905. So it's a German company, a multinational company with 55 billion euro in 2020. And in Brazil, the company is present for 120 years. So Siemens Financial Services, that's a unit, it's one unit where I work, and what I represent here in Brazil is a financial institution with 33 euro globally. We work as a bank for our clients on the whole world. Here in Brazil, we only have private equity and corporate venture capital. That's the area I represent. Here in Brazil, we have many investments organized. We have a thermoelectric with a natural gas in Porto Açu in Rio de Janeiro. That's an investment of 1.2 billion euros, and our shareholders are BP, SPC, Bruno, and this is characteristic for the Siemens Financial Service investments we did in the past, because in our portfolio here in Brazil, that will be our future. Two investments in Brazilian startups in the sector of energy and the decentralized distribution. One is for batteries, executive from Tesla, and decentral generation, solar generation for companies here in Brazil. Do you want me to answer the question, or do you believe the other participants should introduce themselves? Yes. Let's give the floor to Newton, the professor of Foundation Getúlio Vargas. Yes, good morning. My name is Newton Campos. I'm happy to be here. I believe that the industrial development and the development of venture capital is very important for the economy and I believe these debates are very important. I do some research for 10 years. My PhD was entrepreneurship in emerging economies, and I had a lot of practice as an entrepreneur, and I was very curious about this process and the financing of entrepreneurship. And it's important, and I believe the companies are always more interested, and we should talk about the role and how companies can integrate in this landscape. Thank you very much, Newton. Now we will hear from Marcos Solibieda, Director, Global Corporate Venture Capital.
I will do that in English, if that's fine for you. And thank you very much first for the invitation. And yeah, just to give a quick introduction to BASF Venture Capital. Our group exists since 20 years, founded in 2001 as a corporate venture unit of BASF. We started first to invest in Europe and North America, but today we have an international presence, including China, India, Israel, and also Brazil, where we are very proud to have started our activities a while ago. And our investment focus is to identify new business opportunities for the BASF group that are connected to the chemical industry, but in most cases will have a digital element. So we are, as a company which is very much used to sell chemicals per kilogram or per liter, we are looking into new business models, including services or software, for example. And we like to collaborate with startups in order to test and learn about these new business models.
Thanks, Marcus. I'll take it from here. Bom dia a todas e todos. É prazer.
Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here talking about a very passionate topic, talking about innovation. And here we are talking about ESG, about sustainability, and this is very passionate. This is contagious in a very positive way. To think about how will the future be. We need challenges. We really need to look to the future, but have our roots in the present. Therefore, I believe this will be a very rich panel. I will just tell a short story about the process we had at BASF here in South America. And before that, let me see, Marcus is not hearing the translation. 4 years ago, we had an idea, and we wanted to create an open innovation center in our bureaus in São Paulo, in our offices. And we thought, what would be the best place? We thought about shopping center and many possibilities. And then we thought, well, it could be in our office, but there shouldn't be a physical connection between our office and the innovation center. So then we created a space of 600 square meters and called it Onulo. And we thought, well, here we can work nearer to our startups. And we need to have our clients interconnected. We need to have clients with us. And that's how we had innovation in our value chain. And before the pandemic, we had more than 4,000 people working very actively at Nono. Then with the pandemic, we did it in a digital way, but we never thought that this would have such a huge psychological effect for our employees. They were very incentive, they were very motivated to innovate. And this was a collateral effect that was very, very positive. We never thought of this, and we were very impressed how capacity to generate new ideas was really grew exponentially. People were enthusiastic and motivated, our employees. So I really would advise each and everyone, do this. Take this innovation landscapes in your companies to have a free space so people can put their innovation capacity and practice, to put it in action. It was so good. We had a very good result. Onono paid in less than 6 months, and the benefits of business and retention of new talents and attracting new talents, developing new products, new technologies. This was so impressive, and I'm getting emotive about this story. But we're here today to talk about corporate venture capital. That's a very nice opportunity, because today, let me just look at the questions here. The landscape is very good to create. Oh, Lacerda, sorry. I just wanted to see if Marcus, could you understand? Can you understand?
Yes, it is. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Now we are all on the same page, speaking sort of the same language. At least we can understand each other. Yeah. Obrigado, Bruno. Desculpe.
Thank you, Bruno. I'm sorry. So the first question, and when we talk about corporate venture capital, and now I'm just looking here at my paper, how can the biggest companies collaborate to have a responsible development in the small and middle-sized companies? David, would you like to start? Yes, let's see. I have this questions all here in English. How can the biggest companies, the big companies, collaborate to develop for a responsible development of the small and middle-sized startups? Yes, we have sort of many answers, but I need to have a disclaimer. I'm an investor. I look with this investor view. So all problems for me look like, Siemens invests 5.4 billion euro in research and development every year. And you and other panelists talked about this interchange of ideas, new business models. And this is one path where we help startups to integrate in a process and for a technological development. On my view, my way to collaborate with startup is investing. My job is to analyze how, so first identify and then analyze how can I attract startups, companies that will induce commercial activity and at Siemens in the different business areas. And then I need to analyze if we will have a win-win situation here. Is this, it's a weird relationship between this huge company with a lot of processes, with a standard traditional way, looking for innovation and new ways to work, new ideas. And this really will give a good exchange of ideas. This connection need to be managed. correctly, and we really need to look for startups that will help Siemens, in my point of view, to work better with more success. But if this is not a benefit for the startup, it won't work. So we won't have success, not financially and not strategically. So thank you, David. The next question would be to Marcos. Marcos, why is corporate venture capital compared to other investments? Why should we have a corporate venture capital?
Well, corporate venture capital compared to, let's say, financial venture capital, of course, has a new dimension or has an additional dimension to it, and that is being a strategic investor. And it was already mentioned before by David, what is the benefit for the corporate to work with startups, and that for us, of course, to a large extent, as a corporate venture capital investor, is to test and learn about new business models. So that's very important for us to have the opportunity to have a very agile partner in the market to see if a new proposal for a new, very often digital business model actually is working on the customer side. At the same time, corporate venture capital, of course, offers a great opportunity for the startup to collaborate with an established company to reach out to the customer base, for example, of that established player, and to make use of the resources, the know-how, and the experience of this large corporate. So we observe that the combination of startups working with corporates can create very interesting opportunities, very interesting insights, and so we are very convinced that corporate venture capital is a new asset class that will grow. We see that around the globe, an increasing number of corporates, not only large corporates, but also medium-sized companies, decide to establish these corporate venture units because they see the significant benefit that working with startups and being invested in startups can generate for them.
Thanks, Marcos. Newton, agora com você.
Thank you, Marcus. Newton now is with you. What's the importance of the development of the entrepreneur capital in an economy? How CVC can fit in the different steps for financing entrepreneur activities? Thank you, Cesar. The importance is growing importance. In the past, we have to remember, to have capital was a competitive edge by itself. So the person who wanted to innovate, who wanted to be independent with their group, they found a major barrier when there was lack of capital. But this is over. Today, capital is abundant, capital for innovation, for developing new projects is present in the Brazilian economy. The trend is of growth because of the transformations that we see in society, in economy. So this more and more helps that person that before was very concerned, somewhat even afraid to start a business because they had their time, their reputation, and their resources on the table. Now they can place their time, their reputation with the appropriate funds to risk together with other people who have the capital. So the importance is of creating wealth to society through different projects receiving finance all over the country. Many projects in the area of education, others that are very typical in finances, but also in the area of education, of health, and that change the panorama of the population and has this potential of sharing health, good solutions for most of the people. So it is essential in terms of importance. And CVC, curiously enough, it can be added to different movements of this financing chain. So before, right in the beginning of CVC, perhaps here in Brazil 10 years ago, approximately, there was a certain question about where CVC would fit in the Brazilian ecosystem because it was very scarce. So once again, we linked it to the stage of initial financing of startups. But this step, it's one of the riskier steps, one of the most difficult steps where you find innovation, because the company is still very small, doing baby steps, a few employees, high risk, and the language of the big company with such a small startup usually creates friction. With the time, the evolution of CVC happened, the Brazilian entrepreneur system also developed, and today we see that CVC has full conditions to adapt to different steps, different moments of finance for innovation. Both some CVCs that are specialized in investing right in the beginning, and startups that are still in the university, that are still in PowerPoint terms, as well as for those already in a more advanced step. A startup with a tested product in growth, etc. And now more recently, we have even seen CVC funds investing in even more advanced companies, in more advanced levels, in different levels of innovation. We already can see that the companies are finding different perceptions, different channels for more innovative projects, and others not so innovative. So we already see the participation of CVC and participating in SMEs a little bit different from startups. Thank you, Newton. David, very interesting question, and it's important that you have a broad view. What's the landscape of CVC global-wise and here in Brazil? How can you compare them? Well, I don't know if I am the best person to answer this question. Siemens has an arm of traditional CVC that is based in San Francisco in the Silicon Valley, and with a major focus in looking for companies that can provide intellectual property. They try to identify intellectual property that can add value and out of which a business can develop. The area where I work, which is a mix of private equity and CVC, I am more concerned with the transformation of Siemens to reach clients in such a way that we are not doing now, the transformation of a company that I believe our colleague I believe that you mentioned that BASF was selling products and now they are partnering with startups to render services. So we are following the same transformation. That the intellectual property that I'm looking for are business models that can help Siemens to turn from a company selling products to selling closed deals to customers. And this is a worldwide search for our company. And it is much more focused on startups, and not necessarily with a technological innovation, but with an innovation on how to make available the broad range of resources that we have in-house. Thank you, David. But now I'm going to ask Marcus if he could add to this. How do you understand the global landscape of CVC? And we have BASF as an investment here in Brazil. How can you compare all of this?
Well, I think there are significant differences if you look at the global landscape, which are quite interesting to notice. Of course, in general, you have a different levels of venture capital activities in different markets. So the most vibrant venture capital activities today, of course, can be found in the United States, where we are, for example, present in at the East Coast and at the West Coast. Another very important and upcoming venture capital market, also driven very much by corporate venture capital, is China, and taking the ranks similar to the United States. So in terms of numbers, I would say United States and China are very important markets. What you can observe in China in particular is that you have very young companies entering corporate venture capital. So companies who still have received themselves corporate venture capital 10 years ago and who went public 5 years ago, they start their own corporate venture capital team in order to keep up to date with the technological trends in their environment. So that's very remarkable to see. While in Europe, it's still more something the old and established companies would do. In China, also very young companies like Baidu Ventures and even younger like companies from the technology scene, AI companies, start their own venture capital teams in order to keep updated with the technology trends that they find relevant. However, for what is most important from my perspective for corporate venture capital to work is the interaction between the corporate and the startup, and the question if this interaction between the corporate people and the startup works. And here, what I find remarkable in our global organization at BASF is the attitude that I find especially in Brazil, where the openness of business people to work with startups certainly is leading. People in Europe, people in North America, our colleagues at BASF are much more cautious to work with startups in those regions that I just mentioned, compared to Brazil, where there's a huge openness to make a startup part of your ecosystem. As Antonio has explained, the Onono initiative, there's no coincidence that this started first in Brazil and didn't start in Ludwigshafen, Germany. So, and that for me is a very important prerequisite to have this openness to create strategic value for yourself as a corporate, but also to provide strategic support for the startup. And in this combination, I think that is something, if you ask me for global perspectives, I would say Brazil is a very special place and a very positive place to be.
Thanks, Mark. Newton.
Why a startup would look for funding with a corporation? Why CVC? Why would startup choose CVC? Well, there are different reasons, of course, remembering that it's important not to forget the importance of smart money in developing a project. And also for those who are not so familiar with the jargon of investments, that smart money is that money that is worth more than the money itself. Obviously, we have different kinds of investors contributing with different things in addition to money. So in the CVC, clearly, depending on the company, on the industry, on the history of the company, on the relationship that it has with the market and with other countries even, or the region or the world, they bring a full network together with the capital that for many startups is very much important. And to be very brief, though, it is important to consider CVC because of this concept of smart money. that is not 100,000 monies coming from an ex-person worth 100,000, but from somebody who is worth even more, bringing more than just the 100,000. So it's a very strong concept in CBC. Thank you, Newton. David, a question that certainly many startups and many companies that are watching us now, they have in mind. You that evaluate the different startups, in your opinion, what is the level of readiness, of preparation? Are they ready to receive the investments? How does this happen? Or is it still very shallow, especially when we refer to governance? What is your opinion? Are they, let's see, as we say in Portuguese, crude, or are they already prepared to receive investments? I would like to have answered to the question that you did to Newt and compliment. Please feel comfortable. I repeat it for you too. Well, I believe that there is a group of companies that come to me and they are self-selected. That is, I only see startups that believe have several elements I'm looking for so that we can achieve financial success and also be successful with Siemens. I am looking for companies. When I analyze a company, just a good idea is not enough. Just a competitive edge is not enough. I also look for a managing team with experience or that have a very clear cut what are the challenges that they are facing, and the management team with clarity on why are they coming for Siemens, why are they not just looking for money. And here there is already a filter that help the companies that come to me to come with a series of prerequisites. I operate in a very restricted niche in this world of CVC. I cannot analyze companies that needs incubators. I need companies that are already in a certain maturity level. They don't need to have a revenue, but clearly they must have installed all success elements, a know-how of how to introduce themselves, how to collect funds, which is very difficult. Any minor distraction of the company, daily-wise happens, how to take the company to the market, what resources are missing. I am a financial investor. I'm not going to be a company manager. I'm not going to be involved in the management. And this is another point both Marcus and Newton mentioned. I spend a good part of my time trying to integrate the company with Siemens, trying to find resources in Siemens, bringing it to the company, to the CEO and say, look, do you know that we can do this? I'm going to place you in touch with a person in Germany that works exactly in this area and might help you. I open doors either with financiers, with banks, with institutions, with the government. My daily activity, I am there to guarantee companies' success. So this integration that is linked to culture and resource finding is of great importance to me. And I believe that this is what makes the difference if we compare us to a financial investor, because money is a lot. There's a lot of money. So why would people come and be interested in my money? Because I also add Siemens to the game. If Siemens comes together, and then there are several things that Marcus mentioned, which are clients. we open doors with Siemens clients. That is access to in-house resources, exactly that. Many in-house resources developed that somebody has to take to the market. And this is my job, to make this bridge. And obviously, one of the things that we add that was not mentioned is Siemens brand trust, reliability. This brings already a seal that is very important for commercial expansion. Thank you, David. I have a dogfight going on in my street here, so you might hear the sound. So the question from our audience to Marcus. What is the importance of ESG in the choice of a company to receive CVC, especially in terms of governance?
That's a very good question, and we have over time developed, of course, a certain format to deal with ESG criteria, and of course they are weighted to a different extent. So today, as BASF, maybe to start with the E in ESG, it is impossible to think of an investment, to make an investment today where we are not convinced that this will have an element of sustainability in it that makes a contribution to a cleaner world, a world that is using less resources, that is mitigating CO2, or working with new bio-based or biodegradable materials. So for us, the environmental element of sustainability has become very important. And I'm honest to say that this certainly is something that has developed even more strongly over the last 18 to 24 months, where for me personally, the topic of environmental sustainability as part of our investment mandate was a major game changer. It was not the Corona crisis of 2020 that changed, let's say, our environment, but what really changed our environment most is the clear commitment, not only of BASF, but also many other large corporates, to actively contribute to a cleaner and more sustainable environment. So to summarize, yes, the element of environmental sustainability today is a very important criteria when we select our investment targets. In terms of social and governance elements, of course, we try to be leading in not only how we have built our own team, we have a very diverse global team in terms of team members. That is important. So we try to lead by example with our own investment team, and also look for diverse teams and that have a strong and professional governance. And so I believe having a personal background in private equity and growth capital for many years, I believe that the governance in private companies sometimes can be even an example for the governance of public companies. So again, we try to lead by example with clear roles in how we want to manage and where we want to guide our startup companies. So I hope that answers the question.
Go. Yeah, of course. Thank you, Marcus. Newton, veio mais uma aqui da...
We have a question here, Milton, from our listeners, and that's something to do with what Marcus said. How important is it to have a prepared team at the startup to leverage the results of corporate venture capital in a quicker interaction of the startups? Well, this interaction between investors and the founding team is always one of the most important variables. The project is small. Of course, they have a lot of questions and difficulties. So this, of course, shows in the capacity of the team. In this specific case of corporate venture capital, this analysis goes a little bit beyond, because if you look at the team and the big companies look at the team, you can just look at the quality of the team. This is very important, if they're aligned, if they're prepared, but specifically for corporate venture capital, it's also important to have the ability, so the team needs to have the potential to deal with a big company. So sometimes the companies they have their structures, their departments, and even if the departments of corporate venture capital try to be more flexible, the company needs to be prepared to understand they're dealing with a world of stakeholders with this big company. And Davi, I believe Davi wants to comment on this. Yeah, David, the floor is yours. Yes, that's perfect what Newton said. When I go to a committee to give a startup investment, I always say, well, startups has a business plan with a vision, what they think they could do in the future. But we know that chances that this won't happen are big. So what we have is the capacity of this team to reinvent and to find a new path. And that's what I insist. And that's it was very important what you said. We focus on the quality of the team. Yeah, that's perfect. This is very, very important. And this is a key message for over 1,000 people listening to us. The quality of the team, that's important. Now, one last question. It's the same question for all three. And you can also make some final remarks. I just want you to be to accept the 3 minutes. The arguments, they justify only in a strategic point of view, but also on a financial point of view. So you can start answering the question and then a final remark. So I start with Marcus.
Yeah. No, for us, we are clearly a strategic investor. But as a very, very important side condition, of course, we need to earn money. We would have a big problem with our finance and organization and our board at BASF if we actually would burn money. So I think being a strategic investor only works well if you can also show at the same time that you are financially successful. And so that's our principle, and maybe that's also why BASF has chosen to allow some more, let's say, investment expertise to be incorporated in the corporate venture capital team. People who have previous experience in venture capital, private equity, investment banking. So people who are actually have a view on the numbers, but working in a team with very qualified colleagues who have a great knowledge about chemistry and technologies. So this is how we want to create value, having the strategic perspective on the one hand, but at the same time also placing our bets with the best teams and achieving financial success at the same time.
Many thanks, Marcus. V, your turn. Você.
Thank you.
A resposta sim.
Yes, it's an easy answer. If we don't have a financial return, there's no investment. All my investments need also to have a strategic function. How you define strategic is the critical question. And in my point of view, as I have been answering this question at Siemens, so in the past they said, well, you need to introduce commercial activities. If you have an investment, how much we can add on the price, and this changed. So our work as corporate venture capital changed. We are not trying to solve the problem you have in your shelf today. So the industry looks at the shelf and say, well, that's what I'm going to sell today. We as investors, and that's why the entrepreneurs come to us, we need to interpret the industry and we need to say, okay, world is changing. The client does not want to buy your product. They want a guarantee of services, decarbonization. So we are investing not in your present, we're investing in your future. This is strategic. And this has been a very rich discussion in our company and still ongoing debate. Thank you, David. Newton. Yes, and we had two great answers, two wise answers. I have not much to add here. Just my sandcorn. Historically, looking at the learning process of corporate venture capital, the problem is what has been to justify investment as strategic investments. In the beginning, it was easier to say, well, that strategically makes sense, even if the investments did not give the expected return. But with the learning process in the industry and the big companies and the sector, we started to perceive when we would have a better chance or a not so good chance to get a return of investment. I see that many corporate venture capital funds have increasing financial returns because of the learning process in the beginning with a type of startups and with a type of projects. And this is a quality. We need to link strategic aspects with financial return. And as a final remark, I just want to encourage everyone. There is no better moment here in Brazil for entrepreneurship. We need the engagement and the blood of people, of young people and teams, and we need the capital not only from big companies but the whole ecosystem all lawyers and tax lawyers and accountants. So we really need to make some progress. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, David and Marcus Newton. I will not do closing remarks because there's so many points. We need a good team, a good idea, governance. We need enthusiasm. We need to structure our business plan. We need to make the strategic investor leverage for your business. This is really very important for the success of corporate venture capital and for the success startups and investors. So It was a very nice debate with a lot of information. So thank you very much, Marcos, David, and Newton, and to all listeners. I hope you got good tips today. Yes, Lacerda, really, it was a very rich panel with a lot of interesting topics for the companies looking for startups and the startups looking for investments. So thank you very much to all the panelists for this panel. And I just wanted to add a quick comment. That's a human aspect. When we analyze a startup and investment, of course, we have some topics, but the human capital, that's very, very important. We can lead a good team without a good idea. But if the team is not good, even with the best idea, this won't work. So this is very important. And that's also the topic of our next talk, Society 5.0. That's the evolution of Industry 4.0. So in the last years, we talked a lot about Industry 4.0 and integration in a different technology. But when we understand this integration with a lot of technologies, we need to understand also how we can integrate this in society. How can we use it? So our next talk will be from Jill Jardelli. We will have a quick break, 2 or 3 minutes, and then we will
Olá, pessoal, estamos de volta.
Hello, we are back, and we had a short technicality here, but we are right now. And now Gilles Jardeli will talk about the Society 5.0. Jill, you're already with us. Yes, it's a pleasure to be here with you. I just want to, so just with a spoiler, a brief spoiler while Jill gets everything in order. And I forgot to mention about the spoiler that we have. Brazil, German Chamber, in the next 2 months will start an initiative called CVC, a corporate fund for focused on clean techs. I'm not going to give you details. This is just a spoiler. If you're interested, stay with us and you will see more about that later on. So Jill, we return with you. You have 15 to 20 minutes to tell us more about Society 5.0. Good morning. It's an honor to be with you. Thank you for the invitation. Let me share my screen with you.
Então, nós estamos falando de uma...
So we are talking about a new society, and I added here artificial intelligence economy to this. I will tackle on all of this. Can you all see my screen? Yes, we do. So you see a pulsing brain there, right? Okay, thank you. And so this 5.0 society, before that, a brief bracket. I am a roboticist, and in this concept of roboticist, I work with several robots. One of them is Peppa. Here she is in the British Parliament talking about the end of the digital era, the end of the fourth industrial revolution, and the end of the last revolution. When we have the end of these eras, what happened in its place? It's an honor to be here with you, because what is happening now is this, is global knowledge society. All the information is wherever you want it to be. Everything that is being said now, any study, any process is open in an ethical, illicit way somewhere. But in this change of era, we are living what we find billions of people decided for the passion for ignorance. They chose not to know. All era change has another side of the coin, and you're here in this savings of knowledge. And this savings of knowledge, we have a global discussion about super surveillance. We start with a perspective on the ethics of freedom when we talk about census. That collect 23 pairs of chromosomes, and also the world with so much innovation, but at the same time, how we can have a future of great ideas and small thoughts. And this is exactly what is taking place right now. Today, we see a world that was created in the past century. And what about the next century? And following this concept, I quote here what it was said in the beginning of this 18 months. Time to think the unthinkable, to reduce the turmoils, to learn with our past, to question our present, and to forecast a totally different future. And to understand about the new economy, we're talking about the artificial intelligence economy in this change of era. For instance, living a little bit the industry in a transdisciplinary team, scientists are being able to understand what great mammals talk among themselves. So big whales, so experts in linguistics and AI, they work with that. And in this world, recently, in the past months, we started building the first space hotel in our stratosphere to start operations in 2027. But why to leave whales at the bottom of the sea to our stratosphere? Because actually I use quantum physics, where the concept is the world is bigger than our eyes can see. And this provides the guidelines for this new society, because if in the 15th century, where the Science Royal Academy divided the frontiers between human sciences, exact science, and biological sciences. Now we have so big challenges that we have to bring new kinds of transdisciplinary thoughts. And here, for instance, the autonomous vehicles that are fantastic, and where in the British capital, they follow the old models of the beginning of the century, but now with AI, a new kind of industry and other processes of thoughts, other barriers, such as 20 million people of 233 countries and territories have to answer a series of questions, because since 90% of car accidents won't happen because of artificial intelligence, what are we going to do with the other 10%? So this is called moral machine, because it's a serious decision to decide in a few seconds if a car will run over a child or run down a cliff. These are concepts for this society. And here also think about this new world in this society, innovation of the commons that has been used or is being used in a China project where 500 companies of electric vehicles have started operations in China, and the future will be with electricity. And if they created 5,000 companies of electrical skates, now is vehicles. And then we could start with the innovation of the common things, where we know that none of us is so intelligent as we all together. That this brings to us a new concept of science, a new time of competition. And in this momentum of creation, we say that an European in the 40s of last century said that the years between 2015 and 2013, we would see the explosion of intelligence, an explosion of everything written in the books before, everything done in the films before would be happening in this moment. And we that are participate in the Brazil-Germany chamber that are united in these processes, how the impact of all of this will happen. When a Brazilian company launches their flying car and sells this in less than 48 hours. And in this new world, I study the future. I am a part of the World Future Study Federation in Paris, World Future Society in Chicago. We're optimistic. And the world, we're moving towards a fantastic place. But before talking about that, to talk about the future has always been complex. When we talk about future, we almost made mistakes, because there in the airfield of Mars, hundreds of scientists saying that airplanes would never be a means of transportation. When they invented the computer, they said it was a useless device. And when they designed the DNA, they said people wouldn't be interested. And when they invented internet, there was no value for it. But now when we see the future in a more accurate way, using human science, exact and biological, with the algorithms of artificial intelligence used by a professor from the University of Sapienza of Rome that tells us about this new world. And what is this new world? First, a deconstruction at the end of the World War II, where people defined the economic parameters for that time, for that past century. But everything that was defined then, location, balance, intellectual property, unfortunately or fortunately, is dropping dead, like these fine chicks here, because the economy based on oil, on the distribution of the bell curve, it is now a low economy, a digital economy, low carbon. It's a totally different economy, it doesn't matter the name. And with this, we have the AI economy that is discussed in the World Bank, in the Davos Economic Forum, and discussed here in our Congress and in different central banks. And with all of this, in addition to the economy, we have a new way of society. Shinzo Abe in 2019 received in Osaka in Japan. He was a prime minister. The G20 summit of the big 20 countries in the world and said, if there is a society with ethics, with scientific knowledge as never seen before, a society of the imagination and of superintelligence, we cannot call this the fifth industrial revolution. And he proposed that all countries from the 330 sign a protocol. Those who want to know more, come to me and I can share these documents with you. And he called this new world the Society 5.0, an extent study by the Japanese Academy, the private initiative, and governments, and now copy it and repeat in several parts where Society 5.0 includes high impact society as the core, where innovation means the giving up equality, and we'll say either the world will belong to everybody or to nobody, and we call about everybody, not only humans, but those living on Earth, those who are part of this entity called Gaia. And how can this Society 5.0 impact us? In the presentation where we saw in Osaka, they invited part of Berlin Philharmonic Orchestra with a dancer that has a generational dance coming from the ancient Japanese, so that he would make a presentation to the leaders in the world. Who is playing the piano? Those red cables there. So all of us, either a dancer or a professional of the service industry, will be impacted by this new society, by this new economy. And here, for you to have an idea, today the most looked for MBA in the world is not in an American university or a Brazilian or a European. It's in the University of Peking. It's called the Yunpei program, that teach their professionals and their students about engineering, arts and artificial intelligence. And here we can see a masterpiece of society. They invited our Beethoven pianist of the time, Mr. Lang Lang, invited the most avatar of this era, which is Ms. Kaminatosho, and digital avatar, and with a transdisciplinary team, the physical and the hybrid world, they concluded with the artificial intelligence, the Ninth Symphony of Schubert, the symphony that had not been finished. And to have an idea of the impact of this society, if you today are a bee grower, you need to know about how to produce a bee, but you need also technology, and we all need it, because today we have artificial intelligence platforms that all the world share, and that happen everywhere in the productions of the world. And what will be the price of it? This is what we're going to see. And if you also are a fisher or a tuna fish buyer, you have a similar platform to understand everything that happens in the industry. But what are we going to, what do you want to say with these two examples? That we all will have to be data literate, technological literate, artificial intelligence literate. And this Society 5.0 will change the concept of even what we used in robotics, which was the deep learning of the machines. But in now this such a complex world, the deep learning comes from us, human beings. That in this intersection between human beings and machines, in this Society 5.0, we have to develop understanding, emotion, the cultural repertoire, the imagination, and we are just talking about the deep learning for machines. As in the example here with the 5G, we will have machines with surgeons that will be able to operate intercontinentally, a person operating from São Paulo with the robot somewhere else in the world. And here, different from what was said by different entities, especially the University of Oxford, that we would have a technological unemployment is not a truth with the data. 60 million job positions opened in the area of technology, the creation of millions of new job positions. Most of them will not be terminated, but changed. And for you to connect to this new area, we have to stimulate this skills from the early infancy, and most of them are human skills and not skills connected only to technology, only to our technological. Empathy, resilience, curiosity, ethics, development of critical thought, of solving complex problems. So we are in a new era, but what we are teaching in the academia and in the workplace is facing a mismatch. And here we come to a point of a big concern of all the companies and industries, the ESG. We mentioned a lot about this, but the concept now of ESG data, where the great stock exchange are talking about the companies that will have to provide their ESG data in real time in streaming for the investor. If this is just a CFO's and CEO's discussion in this moment, or all the industry is something to be seen. And in addition to the corporate credit being installed in China, that will demand also the ESG concept. And here I would like to bring some concept for this example. A great producer of personal care goods and house care goods, a Dutch multinational, introduces 5,000 new plastic recycling machines and promises until 2025 only to produce recyclable plastic for their packages. So you place your package there and it will be returned as points so that you can exchange for a big e-commerce project. This is their carbon rate and sustainable rate that they have. You have a gigantic industry, which is the textile industry, where for you to fix a hole on a t-shirt, you need a lot of water, a lot of liquid. At the University of Hong Kong and a British company, DM, they develop a machine to recycle in a short term any kind of clothing, because every year 100 million tons of clothing are sent to landfills in the world. So they're taking care of ESG and entering a gigantic industry. You have a Disney and a GE that talk about their social corporate responsibilities, where they put together, because children, for any person, any age, to go through a tomography is something very traumatic. It's a noisy machine. 70% of the children, they cry. And that's where we have an action with Disney and GE. So there are 300 rooms like this in the concept of storytelling. You can provide a new way of having an experience of tomography for children. So these are fantastic changes that show to us a fabulous world and a different world in this new era. And to close these 15 minutes of mine and not exceed in time, I just wanted to show a little bit what is arriving. First, a radical innovation as never seen in this Society 5.0. That is what? We are at the brinks of a new engineering, the genomic engineering, where the last Nobel Prize was awarded to two scientists that did the scissors of the CRISPR that can cure all kinds of diseases. We already did this in models of children, and from small mammals to muscular dystrophy. And what does this bring to us? In this edition of DNA, the engineering of perfect baby, 9 global universities involved, they managed to isolate the 23 pairs of chromosomes of children and make the perfect baby. Not that the baby will have blue eyes, it can have different complexions, but this baby will live 200 years. And we will see this happening. But the University of Hong Kong said, now I'm going to sell this and start a race in the whole world where, for instance, this can be sold in drugs, or you pay 50 reais. And it is, we don't find it here in Brazil. You measure your saliva and then they will provide for you the 23 pairs of chromosomes that you have. And with this, we open a new industry, an industry where we have a beer, where you send your DNA exam and it will create a beer totally shaped according to your chromosomes. An industry of vehicles that says, if you like blue, yellow, green, or whatever, this is linked to your DNA. Send your result and we will assemble a car for you that internally and externally will be according to the colors that you prefer that is in your DNA. This is called molecular manufacturing. There is a food industry that says, don't pay nothing for those DNA companies. I provide free DNA for you. But every week, Nestle, I will send you a box of food according to your DNA. So we have a totally different world in this new era with new frontiers. And in these 18 minutes, I'm sorry for my 3 minutes of exceeding in time. I hope you felt as scared dinosaurs. We always feel as scared dinosaurs because we have new models, new economy, new society, but we have to place ethics in the center of everything. Ethics in this new world, and then we all feel like scared dinosaurs. And just to conclude, in this world, I like to live here a very important point. Why all of this? Society 5.0 is bringing things like this, as I mentioned, but even more than this. Today, we have algorithms of artificial intelligence that confirm that there is intelligent life outside Earth. And it will be a big waste that if among trillions of stars, we only had intelligent life here in our planet. We already have artificial intelligence algorithms that confirm that had no scientific evidence in the past, but some called God. You can believe it or not, but today we have scientific evidence of that. So friends, I always ask, artificial intelligence will overcome the world? Never, because we have to celebrate the human intelligence, the one and only, because we have 4 areas of human intelligence, and the artificial intelligence can replicate only one, and in a very shallow way. So the real intelligence is ours. And here I conclude with a professor that quoted the term artificial intelligence in the 50s. I had a few classes with him, but he is Martin Minsky. Was always in the technology areas, but also an activist of the social movements in the 60s, the hippies, the movements that happened during the 60s, and Marvin Minsky, with so many others, created this area of the economy of artificial intelligence and the doors for the Society 5.0. And when he left us, this building that looks like a piece of paper that is crashed, the community said what he recommended: change always, learn passionately, defend facts, build community. See how fantastic. The creator of the artificial intelligence does not recommend anything in technology, but only concepts on how to be a human being within the artificial intelligence. And in this new world, welcome to the 3 S's of this future, which is the frontier of the knowledge that we need to have. This is the one before last. We always talk about science and society and all the areas of businesses in the academia and the political world. And I conclude with the first programmer in the world, Ada Lovelace. She did her program in 42, 43, and at that time we didn't have the concept of world computer programming, but she had the qualification then that we considered the ideal. She was graduated in human sciences, mathematics, and science, exact science. And when she concluded her computer program, she said, I am in an enchanting state of confusion. I hope that you're feeling a little bit like that, as scared dinosaurs, but also in a state of confusion. I always feel like that. Scared dinosaur, and once I asked her this for a professor, and he said yes, and when he didn't feel like that anymore, he would stop being a big researcher and a professor. Thank you very much. It was an honor, and I returned to the studio. I hope you had contributed to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, it was a good contribution, a lot of information about the break of paradigms. So the last years we talked about Industry 4.0, but now the focus is on technology. How can we integrate cybersecurity, data security? But now we change a little bit the focus, and now we put the human being in the center. And that's very beautiful to see this evolution, to understand that technology is not here to give a worse word, but a better word. So robots are here to help us in our daily life. So, Gil, thank you very much. It was a very, very good presentation, and I am sure you changed paradigms for many people. I have a 2-month-old daughter now, and I see that education I got from my parents won't be the same I'm giving to my daughter. So now we have the next topic. That's the impact of ESG on the world of companies. So this we can see here, and but how can ESG impact in the value of the companies, how we relate to financial institutes. For this topic, we invited Stefan Wilken, Chief Country Officer of Deutsche Bank here in Brazil. That's a financial institution, to talk a bit about the impact of ESGs. Stefan Wilken, you can introduce yourself and then do your presentation. Thank you for having accepted our invitation. Thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here. It's an honor to be here today. I would like to do my talk in English.
As the regional head of Latin America for Deutsche Bank, and therefore, because it's a recent appointment, you will see me today dialing in still from Frankfurt, but I'm in the process of relocating to São Paulo in the next few weeks, and therefore it's an honor for me to be speaking to you today already. It's the first conference of that kind that I attend in my new role, which is only a few weeks old. So again, thank you for listening to me for the next 15 minutes. After this really impressive presentation that we just listened to, where we had a glimpse at our future, I want to talk a little bit about what we can all do individually, our own companies, our financial institutions, towards that future state of Society 5.0. When it comes to sustainability. So sustainability, as you know, is a term that has very many different connotations or definitions. It sometimes leads to confusion, and therefore I would like to start my talk today by defining on how we, when we talk to our clients as a bank, define sustainability or ESG. So just to remind everyone, the E in ESG stands for everything to do with environmental protection. So things like carbon emissions, recycling, waste removal, energy efficiency, and things like that. And as you will notice very often today in today's discussion, sustainability or ESG is reduced to the E, but actually it's much, much broader than that. So the S in ESG, as you know, stands for anything to do with social transformation. This has to do with things like diversity, how we treat our employees, working conditions, fair products, treating customers fairly, and things like that. And the third element, the G in the ESG, is all about company or corporate governance. So this has to do with how decisions are made, how transparent these decisions are, and also the composition of boards. Are they diverse in their composition? Now, in our experience as a bank, when we speak to our clients and we help our clients towards their ESG transformation, we've noticed that it's really critically important that you always have all three elements in focus. So it's not enough to, when you define your ESG strategy as a company, that you focus on the E, for example, like carbon neutrality or things like that, while at the same time other elements of ESG, for example, the worker conditions or the fairness of your products, are not taken into account. So you always have to have all three in your ESG strategy. And if you do, then you're actually ahead of the game. Now, why does it actually, in our view and our experience, increase the value of your company if you look at ESG? Or is ESG really just a nice to have and actually something that you can do when everything else is done? Now, I would argue that ESG or a sustainable business model has moved away from being a nice to have. It's actually a precondition for longer term success now. Why is that? So in our experience, companies that focus on ESG and have an ESG strategy have much broader opportunities to generate revenues, sustainable revenues. And at the same time, they also have an opportunity to reduce costs. And I will give you a series of examples and practical examples that you can use to drive revenues or reduce risks or costs by adopting an ESG strategy. So it has a strong signaling effect. If your company has a publicized and consistent and authentic ESG strategy, you're basically demonstrating leadership in that. And I know that many of you and your companies already do that, but it's really important to stay ahead of the curve and not to be seen to be reacting to public perception, but actually to be part of the discussion as we define as a market what ESG stands for. The second thing is that you're demonstrating to your clients and to your suppliers that you're able to innovate. You think ahead, you think about what your clients demand in the future. And we all know that our clients increasingly demand ESG conform products and services. And if we don't offer them, then at some stage we'll lose market share. The third element here is that if you have a good ESG strategy, and I will define a little bit what that means in a minute, then you also have access to additional sources of financing. So all of us have observed that the investor base that is interested in ESG assets, ESG products to invest in has grown enormously. And it used to be a niche thing, but currently the trend is really towards almost all investors at some stage focusing on ESG. And therefore, if you have a strategy that talks about ESG, you actually tap into additional finance solutions. The third element, which my predecessor Jill talked about quite eloquently as well, is that there's a requirement to start collecting data around your ESG compatibility or ESG strategy, not least because in all our sectors we're engaged in, and the finance industry that I know best is a prime example of that. Regulators expect the market participants to have an ESG strategy, to demonstrate compliance with their own ESG strategy. But they also ask, for example, financial institutions to what extent they have transparency about their client base and the compliance of their client base with ESG. How vulnerable are credit portfolios, for example, to climate change? How vulnerable are they to events that we've seen in recent months and years? So it's not I would suggest that ESG is no longer a nice to have, but it's actually something that consumers or your clients demand in terms of products and services. Investors require this in their portfolio. Financing increasingly depends on it, and that very often gets forgotten as well. Company employees definitely demand more and more that the companies they work in have an ESG strategy that everyone can stand behind. And we certainly, I can confirm that for our bank. We regularly do staff surveys where we ask our employees what topics are most important to them. And sustainability and us as a bank playing an active role in the transformation towards more sustainability always ranks on top of people's feedback. So it's really important as an employer, if you want to tap into the best talent in the market, that you have an ESG strategy. So with that, what does it actually mean to have an ESG strategy, and how can you go about this? So in our experience, when we work with our clients, we tend to focus on 4 areas that are very practical things that everyone can do to develop an ESG strategy and actually benefit from that in terms of your corporate value. The first of these 4 elements is obviously to have and to define an ESG strategy. And a couple of things are important here when you define your ESG strategy. In our experience, the first thing is, as I said at the beginning of my speech, it's really important to focus on all 3 elements, not just the E. Try to set out a strategy that covers environmental aspects, social aspects, and governance aspects, and bring them together into a coherent strategy. The second, and I suppose, piece of good news is that you don't have to be fully compliant on day one. So in our experience, it's absolutely acceptable if you have short-term, medium-term, and long-term goals in your journey towards sustainability. That's perfectly fine. Now, one of the challenges that we all face is, as we know, is that there aren't any consistent definitions of what ESG means or what rules and regulation applies. We have seen lots of local initiatives from regulators and lawmakers around the world that are not consistent. Now, in our experience, again, this does not mean that it's good to sit back and wait for these regulations to take shape. I think it's much better, and the most successful of our clients have actually embraced the concept early on and defined their own strategy along the lines of what I've described here, rather than waiting for someone to define it for them. One important element of this, and this is probably easier said than done, is the most successful players in the market that have defined and published an ESG strategy have made this measurable. Many companies publish sort of non-financial reports that talk about their corporate social responsibility activities, and these things are really important. But it's even more important to try and make your commitment to society, your commitment to your staff members, commitment to the natural environment measurable in terms of KPIs, so to speak. Now, the beauty of once you've done that, and it's something that we've worked on with many of our clients together, once you have these KPIs and you can actually measure your own progress towards more sustainable production process or more sustainable vendor base or better working conditions, once you have these KPIs in place, you can measure your progress, you can publish that progress, and you can actually access financial instruments that are tied to their progress. A lot of our clients avail themselves of very favorable financing conditions, where loans, the pricing of a loan is dependent on the progress towards an ESG strategy. So for example, if a company publicizes by when they want to be carbon neutral, and if they reach this goal, then the financing becomes cheaper. If they miss the goal, then the same amount of financing is going to be more expensive. And therefore, there's actually a demand, or there's a pressure that those companies put themselves under to be compliant, because if they are, then their financing turns out to be cheaper. So that is something that's quite popular at the moment. So once you have a strategy and it's measurable, then the next step is just, as Jill also mentioned, is to start collecting data so you can actually report on your progress. There are lots of reporting formats that are being developed and imposed upon us, but while this is still being defined, I think it's good to engage with your stakeholders as to what they would like to see, and the more measurable and tangible your KPIs are in your journey towards ESG, the better. The third element of the four-pronged strategy is an early engagement with your investors about what you're planning. And again, in our experience, some companies tend to wait very long until they've settled everything, they've defined everything, every KPI. But in our experience, the more successful clients have actually started those discussions early on, and your finance provider can certainly help mediate those discussions. And you can start developing some of these objectives and goals in the ESG space with your investors together. This is also important if you are trying to get an ESG rating for some of your instruments, if you're publicly listed. And then last but not least, I already mentioned it, there is a huge opportunity and a growing market out there if you have an ESG strategy to avail yourself of more favorable ESG instruments and sort of financing facilities that are tied to ESG goals. So with that, I would like to conclude and summarize that in our experience, certainly when we speak to our clients and see how they embark on the transformation towards ESG compliance is no longer a nice to have. It's critically important for your clients, for your employees, and other stakeholders. And if that wasn't enough, for those of you who are listed companies, you will also have seen the studies that companies with better ESG or higher ESG ratings tend to have higher market capitalization, market value. And not only that, the volatility in the stocks of companies with higher ESG tends to be lower. So even through the current pandemic, companies with higher ESG ratings have fared much better and have had less volatility in their stocks. So hopefully this convinced everyone that really thinking about ESG is critically important and drives revenues and cost opportunities for your company. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Stefan. Eu acho que a sua apresentação na sequência do Gil foi perfeita.
Thank you, Stefan. I believe that your presentation right after Gil was perfect. He brought us points related to technologies, and you showed us the sense of urgency. Why should we always have ESG in mind? And my opinion is this is not something new. It's not a new content, but a new way of analyzing the content, a different way. So sustainability, that is in the core of ESG, always existed with the three pillars, the environment, social, and economic aspects. But when we have the ESG and this leg of G, we bring a new vision to this topic, which is much more complete. That a few years we're only mentioning reports of sustainability or a relationship with investors, but today it is something necessary so that we can carry on our business. As Stefan said, then today, if a company doesn't invest in ESG, there is a risk of a greater cost because of the penalties that might be impacting this company. And even Germany, with a new law of accountability for supply chain, and companies with 3,000 employees and above will have to be responsible for environmental and social actions with all their suppliers. So this in Germany and around of the world. Imagine a small company that provides only parts, even in Germany or not, will have to adjust to this ESG issue. So ESG is not nothing more nice to have, but have to have, either to meet the client's demands or to maintain yourself in the market without penalties because you're not doing things the right way. And with this, we continue with our last presentation of this morning in the block Strategy, Governance, and Culture that will be about sustainable and innovative business models. So it's not through technology that we can leverage sustainability. Business models can turn the game without tackling on any asset. Let's discuss more about this. Let's understand the role of these models now in this world of ours. And for this, we will have Professor Stefan von Delft, Professor of Chemistry and Entrepreneurship from the Münster University. So, Professor, you have the floor and you have 15 minutes to tell us a little more about this relationship of innovative and sustainable business model. You have the floor, sir.
Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to talk to you about innovative and sustainable business models. So I will speak about the circular business models for electric vehicle batteries. And I'm going to use that context to illustrate to you what the strategic principles and prerequisites for the development of circular business models are. This kind of contextualization is important because the answer to how the business model of your company will look like is very specific to your sector and indeed very specific to your firm. Now, for those of you who are not very familiar with battery technologies, the current standard that you find in your iPhone as well as in electric vehicles are lithium-ion batteries, LIPs, and the demand for those batteries is expected to increase quite significantly actually until 2030 and beyond. Perhaps this is something that you also see on the roads. We have more and more electric vehicles, which is good news. So electric vehicles are to become the dominant standard in the automotive industry. But what this figure also shows us is that if we continue to operate, that is to produce and consume in the same way as we do today, we're going to run into a problem. And that problem is associated with the limited supply of the metals that we need in the battery. So especially lithium, but also nickel and other metals. So we can talk about the timeline. Yeah, you know, new technologies might get us a little bit more into the future, but sooner or later we're going to have to recycle those electric vehicle batteries. Otherwise, we're going to run out of supply. So this is pretty obvious to anyone in the industry. And to better understand the challenges, but also the opportunities associated with this, it's worthwhile to take a look at the past and the present. So that's what I'm trying to illustrate you here. So on the left-hand side, you see the lithium-ion battery capacity is placed on the market until 2019. On the right-hand side, you see what is actually available for recycling. So you can see that from around about the year 2015, the demand for batteries used in electric vehicles is starting to really take off. But there is a gap. There is a gap between the amount of cells that was placed on the market, so 1.2 million tons in 2019, compared to 188,000 tons that was available for recycling. Now, in part, this gap is not surprising because if you buy an electric vehicle from Tesla or any other of the big players today, and of course, the batteries have a life cycle and they run for many years. So it takes a bit until the battery reaches the end of its life and is then available for recycling. However, at the same time, this gap reminds us that now is the time to invest in recycling capacities around the world. There's another side to this story, and that has something to do with regulation. So you might be aware that, for example, in the European Union, discussions are taking place to make a certain percentage of recycled lithium compulsory. And what that means in economic terms is, given this gap, it is not unlikely that we will see in the foreseeable future that a price for recycled lithium is actually higher than the price for lithium coming from traditional sources. And that's a problem, but also a big opportunity, a big business opportunity, or more precisely an opportunity to design innovative business models. Now, besides economic challenges, there are also technological challenges. I don't want to go into too much detail. It's just a couple of examples that I've selected here for you today. Both chemical firms and automotive companies are working very intense to solve those technological challenges. What I want to say here is that it's likely to require a collaborative effort, collaboration, not only between different companies, but also across industries. And indeed, becoming more sustainable is very likely to require you as a company to engage in much more open ecosystems. Now, I know that the idea of openness is probably not news to you, but I want to remind you what that in managerial terms means is that some of the core activities or some of the actions that you currently undertake to create value inside the boundaries of your firm are likely to shift in the future to partners outside the boundaries of your firm. So you need to be prepared not only to give away the ownership of resources to other players, but also to give away the control over those resources. And from my experience working with companies, this is sometimes a significant challenge. So now is the time to invest in the capabilities to align different partners. Alignment capabilities will be quite key. So Stefan was already quite generous to kind of introduce the concept of sustainability, so I don't have to talk about that in detail. But what I do want to say is a little bit about circular business models here. So in simple terms, what I mean by circular business models is where you move away from the take, make, waste principle of linear value chains towards a really closed loop value chain, including rethinking how you design products and services towards the end of life, so recovery and recycling. At a broad level, think about business models such as product as a service or sharing platforms. And those of you who are interested in a more granular look at this topic, for example, the Circular Economy Initiative in Germany has developed, I think, 22 archetypes for circular business models in this particular sector. So this is something you might want to take a look at as a company. The other aspect with circular business models is that they have typically quite significant digital component. So if your company struggles with the digital transformation, it is very likely that you also struggle with the development of sustainable or indeed circular business models. At the moment, it's not yet fully clear what kind of the industry standard for circular business models will be. As I said earlier, it is very much industry and company specific. There are lots of players active in the field and trying to develop new, more sustainable, innovative business models. Some of them are usual big players, Tesla, for example, or CATL. But there are also a number of startups in the field, for example, Green Lion from Singapore. So it's an opportunity for both established players to reconfigure and rethink their existing business model, as well as for startups to challenge the market with new business models. The kind of business models will very much depend on the position you will have in the value chain. So take Recycle as an example, a company that was founded in 2016 based in Canada. They offer a full service business model, which includes logistics, management, and other services. So it depends very much on you as a company. And that's why today I don't want to talk too much about how those business models actually look like, but I want to share a little bit with you how you can discover those business models. And in order to discover circular business models, you kind of need to think about three principles illustrated here in this triangle. The first concern questions of leadership, support, and incentive. Secondly, how you organize and the kind of processes that you have in place in your company. And finally, the tools and training. And what I'm going to do in the final part of my presentation, I'm going to give you some insights and some examples for each of those sides of this triangle to help you a little bit assess, is my company ready for a circular economy or indeed to develop more sustainable business models. So let's start with leadership, support, and incentives. So what you see here is a real life example from a project I was involved in with a company in Germany that set to develop new circular business models. And the approach is very much like a venture capitalist would invest. So you see, we started with 35 business model ideas, and the idea of the process that the company developed was to decrease the innovation risk while maximizing the expected return throughout the process. And then it invested stage by stage into the most promising ideas. The reason why this approach is important, and that's what you also see here, is that the failure rate is actually quite high. So you need to make multiple bets in order to find a working, a viable, competitive business model for your company. So the strategic principle here is simultaneous experimentation rather than focused commitment to a business model. In other words, you want to make sure that you build the right it before building it right. And that means that the top management team shouldn't jump into a business model idea up front, but let kind of the creative minds of the company come together, and then together select the most appropriate business models. You also see here that the employees have commitment by themselves into the business models they're working on. So the teams at the beginning invest about 20% of their time, and then end up by in phase 3 with more than 50% of their time. And that's also for you as a senior manager, a good indicator if someone actually believes in the idea that they are proposing. You know, if an employee says, no, I'm not willing to invest 50% of my time into this idea, then that's for you a sign that they're not really trusting or believing in their idea. So use portfolio management to find the most appropriate business models. In terms of organization and processes, innovation needs to be key in your company. So it needs to have legitimacy. It needs to have a clear visibility in your organizational chart. If you are the CEO, you really need to be the chief innovation officer of your company. The teams that are working on these ideas need really clear guidance on how to collaborate internally as well as externally. So you need to give those teams that are working on more sustainable business models the mandate to speak to customers, suppliers. So this external element is actually quite important, and showcase those ideas. So give the teams a stake in their idea. That's something to think about, rewarding and incentive systems again, as well as to share their stories inside and outside the firm. The other thing that we discovered both in terms of research and consulting here at the University of Münster is that it's a very much discovery-driven process, and you need to search widely for business model ideas. And that means looking outside your immediate home market and industry. So what we did with the company I mentioned earlier is we looked and studied business models from companies such as Niaga, which focuses on carpet redesign, so nothing to do with batteries for electric vehicles at all. But it's quite important that you look into business model ideas outside your home market. Or we looked at Retech. Retech is a IT disposal firm based in Scotland near Glasgow. So be inspired by the business models of firms in other industries and countries. Finally, I want to mention it's also important to provide training and the proper tools, the appropriate tools to your teams, usually starting by assessing the status quo. So how well are you actually positioned to design new business models? How well is your company prepared? Do you have the right mindset, the right culture in your company to move away from the status quo, from the existing way of how you create and capture value, and then move towards assembling the toolbox. So this concerns ideation tools, but also tools to monitor the development of business models, how you test new business models. From my experience, many companies have an established process for developing new products, but many companies do not have an established process for designing new business models. And that's a problem if you really want to fundamentally rethink how you create and capture value. And then finally, Don't forget that your employees probably need support and training in this area. So think about offering training in terms of managing company-wide transformation or actually the creation of such circular business models. With that, I already want to close. Thank you very much for your attention. It was a pleasure being able to speak to you. And if you want to stay connected, you find here my email address, so don't hesitate to get in touch. Thanks.
Stefan,
thank you, Stefan. Thank you for the excellent presentation. I believe that you brought much more than the title of the presentation showed. You brought the practice, right? How we can do this journey. What are the templates that we should use or not to be able to understand and think a little more about the models of sustainable business. Sometimes we look at the product, we try to have a sustainable product, and we forget how we can have a business model that is also sustainable. And this is very important for you to bring this in practical terms, and this was essential. And following this line, I would like to invite you to join our workshop that will happen right after lunch at 1:15. That will be about helping you to put papers out of the, put ideas out of the paper, to use insights that you have inside and outside of the event to think about a real project. Perhaps for those in the world of innovation, we will talk about things that are already known. But the objective of this workshop is to help those who are facing difficulties, those who have insights but cannot turn them into projects. So for 45 minutes, in a guided way, we will introduce some technology, some processes, some templates that can help you. At 2 o'clock, we resume to the official presentation and panel with our next block that will be digital transformation, where we are going to talk about servitization, about 5G, about digitization of the product in the circular economy, among other topics. So remain with us, 13 hours workshop, 14 hours of presentations and panels. Thank you very much. See you shortly and interact there with the others. Go to the networking area, go to the participant world, use this moment. We are on an online event, but we created all this platform so that you can interact, be dynamic, and have almost a human contact as if it were in a presential event. See you shortly.
Estamos de volta, pessoal. Teremos agora nosso workshop, então, da ideia do projeto.
Back, people. Now we have the workshop from the idea to the project. And here we want to help you to take the idea off from the paper. For people who knows about innovation, this could be already known, but we want to do a suggestion. We just want to show you a path to develop a project, to show some methods and focus points to kick off your project. Sometimes you have a lot of ideas, and sometimes it's not that easy to kick off. So we want to talk a little bit about our experience with our team, and we want to show you the next 45 minutes some tips to do the next step. So I will give the floor to Marina, innovation analyst, and she's organizing this workshop for you. Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Marina, and I am organizing with you this very short workshop. It's short, but with a lot of content, and I want to help you to tackle the challenges and to help you to transform your ideas in projects. So I am an engineer. I'm a master student with product engineering, and I work a lot with startups. Since my graduation, I'm part of the innovation team at the German Chamber, and I help these projects from the development, new ideas, and entrepreneurship. And this is a method we use for all these projects. So about our workshop, you are watching this Congress, you are talking about innovation cases, new products, innovative services, and I will just show you a path, a possible path. The most important steps we here at AHK use to help our clients to develop their projects, to develop their innovative ideas. So, first of all, there is no magic formula for innovation, but we can find the best solutions. There are tools that can help us to find paths to tackle our challenges in a more assertive way. Because to innovate, we need to change how we perceive our reality. So we need to analyze the challenge with different perspectives. We need to identify gaps. We need to test hypotheses, and we need to explore different scenarios and solutions for our challenges. And for this, we have a lot of tools and methodologies that can help us on this way. But what's very important to keep in mind is that these tools, these methodologies, are not a unique protocol you can just go step by step. These are structures, they can and should be combined, and then we need to consider different factors and the context. This is also very important, the vision of people that know the system, that know the problem. So then we can evaluate different scenarios. And to create these paths, we use different methodologies. we have here a business model, lean startup, and to identify problems and find solutions, we base on the principles of design thinking. What's design thinking? That's modeling, where we try to solve problems in a way that puts the stakeholders in the center. What people need, what people want. And we need to consider also what's possible, what's viable, and what's also financially viable for the company. And how can this work? As we have not much time, we won't be able to do some activities. What I'm doing now, I just show you in general the path we are going. So if you're interested in putting this in practice, you please scan this QR code, then you can download our presentation, and then you have a bit more information. We have examples for every activity. You can base on this example, and we have different suggestions to do this. So just scan the QR code, then you will have the material. I will give you just some time to scan it.
Então, os temas que eu vou abordar
hoje. The important topics will be identify the challenges in innovation, and then how we can find solutions for these challenges. So first, as I said, the first is to identify the challenges, because the companies can only innovate when they can really identify challenges and tackle them. So we think challenges and problems, but also opportunities. We always have the opportunity to improve processes. So when we think how all these companies, they have challenges, and that's why we always start with this, identify the challenges. And what do we find? When we find the challenges, we can find them at the client, in different scenarios, in the process, as a consultant. We have sometimes a technician looks for a solution with a component, or marketing looks for a solution, how we can improve the visibility of the company, and how can we improve the engagement of employees. So I believe it's important to find the challenges, because the companies face a lot of challenges, and some of them are the most important, usually are not seen, and perhaps they are very complicated problems. Perhaps someone tried to solve this 15 years ago and wasn't successful. So that's why we say sometimes they're not able to identify the challenges. And as Einstein says, if I had 1 hour to save the world, I need 59 minutes to define the problem and 1 minute to find solution. Because that's what companies do. They use 60 minutes of the time looking for solutions that won't bring results for the company. And that's why we need really to define clearly and we need to kneel in this. So innovation process has three important targets: focus on the right challenges, to develop solution, the adequate solution for these challenges, and then to implement the best solutions for this. And this innovation process is part of a life cycle of a company and their products, because otherwise the company could stagnate or decline. And we need different, to consider different factors, market factors, sometimes the services, new clients, political factors, governmental factors, all these factors can influence the company and can make the company decline. And therefore, the companies need to react, they need to be aware of the changes that are happening in the world. So be careful and look at all the trends so then they can act in a preventive way and can stay competitive on the market. And the failure of these companies involves the capacity to embrace new models that are necessary. We have a lot of companies that die and we don't know why. Sometimes these companies get a lot of nice offers. For example, Blockbuster. They should have bought Netflix for 50 million. They found it too expensive. Sometimes they go after people on the market to offer their technology. And to survive in this digital area, companies need to adapt very quickly to the changes that are happening. And that's what happened 2 years ago. In the beginning of the pandemic, the companies needed to digitalize. And therefore, it's important to watch the most important tendencies, the trends. How can these trends influence our business? And this would be our first exercise in our workshop. And then I would like to invite you to think what trends are impacting on our business. For example, which trends with other companies, startups, and then to help you, I will show you some of the most important trends. Technology, we have a lot of habilitation technologies. We have blockchain, IoT. We have then also social and comportamental trends. We have sustainability, sustainable consumer, inclusion, diversity. That's more and more part of the company. And our company, our Congress started as an innovation Congress, and now we have innovation and sustainability. Then also trends in business models. Here we have important trends because when companies are not able to adapt to new business models according to the trends, they can decline. And here we have some different business models. We have the sharing, peer-to-peer, as a service, software as a service, and platforms as a service. So we have a lot of business possibilities and a lot of business models, and these business models can also be combined, and we need to observe these trends. And another more important factor is also the unexpected trends, so the crisis. And in a crisis, we need to watch and to adapt our core business, so then we can attend to the demands of our clients. And especially resilience is very important, and the adaptability. So to adapt to unexpected events is important, and to identify how can we act quickly, because crisis generates a lot of opportunity and a lot of opportunities for you in a crisis. And companies need to innovate, so then they can really grow and be competitive after the crisis. Here we have a graph to show you that the companies, we see the history, that companies that invested in innovation during the crisis, they outperform during the recovery. And now we have identified the most important trends that could affect our business. We need to understand how our company is affected, how can we benefit from this new opportunity or the new trend we identified. So in the beginning, I would like to invite you to think about possible challenges, possible problems, or chances in your own business, perhaps not the company as a whole, but your business area, and how can these challenges impact on your business area. So I think there are a lot of challenges you're tackling on your day-to-day business. Probably you think a lot about it, chances, and for example, we can have a new software to digitalize our area, a new solution. Now, the idea is thinking about the challenges. We have the next big challenge, that's to understand which challenges, when we solve them, which can bring more value, more benefit to our organization. So we need to analyze the relevance of these challenges for our business, for our company, and we need to check the strategic aspect. We need to consider the actual moment of the company. And here, I think we should prioritize the challenges and use criteria like viability, the value the user sees, the impact for my business. And I said before, the strategic aspect, if it's aligned with the goals of the company. And here it's very important to think also and to align the resources we have. And when we talk about resources, we are talking about human resources, finance, and material costs. So when we have the most important challenge, when we see which challenge we want to find a solution for, we need to think a little bit more about it and try to analyze it deeper. And here, at this moment, we need to think, what are the actors involved, people internally and externally that can be affected directly or indirectly. And who are the stakeholders who can help us to help this challenge, and this will help us to generate, because we are thinking about the scenario, we are thinking about the relationship between the actors and the actor and the scenario, and then we can have a big perspective and more insights. And with that, when we know the actors and when we talk to them and validate this challenge, we need to understand the context and the process. And how, when you know the type of the challenge or the opportunity, then you need to make a declaration of a problem. So to describe, to specify what do you want to solve, because this will be the orientation to solve the problem. So this, if you have a very good defined problem, this can help a lot to solve it and to develop solutions for this problem. And therefore, it's very important to have the declaration, the clear definition of the problem that will show exactly which challenges will affect our clients or our user. So a declaration of the problem. We put this down in 1 or 2 sentences to explain the situation in a very precise form, how it is now and why it is important to find a solution. So then you can see what's the problem, of whom is the problem, when the problem happens, and what's the impact of this problem.
And it's also interesting to think, what is the expected result? What are we expecting so that we can solve this problem? So when we have this challenge and when everything is well designed, structured, we understand the challenge. It's not a simple process. We go, we talk to people, we survey, but then we come to the second part, that would be the solutions of innovation challenges. So to solve a challenge, we have to deconstruct, to do some kind of re-engineering, identify causes and consequences, reflect about the different factors that will be inherent to this challenge. Because like this, we can get some insights that will be very important so that we can build a solution. So usually the first step when we wanted to solve a challenge includes observation, investigation of the challenge. I said that we were going to tackle on the solution, but no, we stop, we take a look of the challenge, and then we would spend, for instance, on the problem definition, and then we build the solution. So the idea is that actually we stop, we evaluate again our problem, because each challenge that we face will bring different potential solutions, and there are several possible solutions for a sole problem. There are also several ways of finding solutions. And here the idea that we have in this activities is to analyze the challenge using the diverging thought. So we will analyze and we will develop different hypotheses trying to solve this challenge that we are meeting. So how can we do this? First, we can use shorter questions and paraphrase the problem. what is easier in terms of answers. It's a very well-known methodology, this one, and this helps people to understand the problems better. And it's how can we? This is the on the challenge that we have. We try to break it down in as many questions as we can answer, starting with how can we do this? How can we reduce that? Because these questions that are short questions, they will help you to understand a little bit more the problem. They will help you to size the problem and different possibilities, different theses, so that you can find new ways to deal with the problem. And then something also important in this moment is the analog solution analysis, similar solutions. So perhaps somewhere in another plant of ours, somebody faced this problem. Any competitor of mine faced this problem, or somebody from a totally different industry. And what did these people do trying to solve the problem? And also, perhaps in the university, do they have any answer for this? Is there a patent for this? Because many of the problems and the challenges that we face, they are not only challenges that we face, is the sole challenge of marine in the world. No, probably somebody already thought about that or solved it or tried to find solutions in their own context. That's why it is very interesting to think and analyze what other solutions exist. How can we learn with them? So it's a matter of not trying to reinvent the wheel. Let's see what we have and how we can benefit from what already exists in the market. And another very important thing is we have the necessary resources and skills to develop these solutions. Perhaps I might need a lab that I don't have or that I have. Perhaps I would need to buy a new machine or some expert to help. Or perhaps I should do a training or a partnership with a startup. So these are points that we need to consider when we try to find the possible solutions. Because depending on the competencies or on the necessary resources, the solution sometimes turn itself unfeasible. And in this case, another thing that is very important to analyze is whom are we going to solve this challenge to? Because if we don't know who is our target client, we have to stop and find this out before we go to other steps, because this knowledge, knowing who our target client is one of the most important steps so that our business works. Because when we manage to describe, when we know, we understand what our users need, then we are able to focus better on the ideas that solve the needs of such users. So after we define, after we know the client, this will be our starting point for our journey when we will explore the problem. This will help a lot to understand better the concerns and the needs of this client. And here, as I mentioned before, it's very important that we interview these guys, that we have conversations with them, because this will help you on the better development of solution. Like this, you can get some insights from these conversations. And sometimes this concern does not belong only to our clients. There is a feature that can be changed, and like this, we adjust and adapt to the needs. And thinking about what you raised in terms of information throughout this process, the short questions on how can we, the idea is to analyze these insights and see all these inputs that you acquired and explore a possible hypothesis for the solution of this theory. So how can I solve this challenge that I prioritized? What are the possibilities that I find for this challenge? And after you see all the possibilities, all the hypotheses of solutions, so we restrict to find the best solution. And this is a very important step of the process. And the first step, we diverged to open possibilities, and now we are going to converge. We have several hypotheses, and we will converge to a single idea. How is this made? Here, it is very important to evaluate possible solutions, analyzing always feasibility, the value to the user, the value to the company. All this can help you to make a decision. So what is our suggestion here? When we have several decisions to make, different hypotheses with different characteristics, we suggest to build a decision matrix. So we have a matrix, we include all the hypotheses, and we establish some criteria. For instance, what is the impact in our business? What is the impact to the user? What is the impact to society? Does this fit in our solution? Does it make sense for the company's targets? And so, very important point, is it feasible, both economically and in terms of practice? And this is on the hands of the decision making, right? And also we have to think about originality. Are we more innovative? And based on this criteria, we can solve and choose with what solution we will move ahead. What is the solution that we will test? After we identified the solution that we're going to develop, it's the moment of planning how we are going to add value to our target customer. We also always have to remember that it must be a technical feasible solution, feasible to our business, and mainly reflect the needs and wishes of our users, of our clients. Because it's useless to have a solution that is fantastic, but the client doesn't want. So it will be left aside. That's why to this perception and say it's important. And when we do this formulation of the concept of the solution, this will help us to build these ideas, to make the ideas tangible. And for this conception, for building this idea of ours, first of all, we need, as I mentioned, to know very well our users. And this will help us to raise actions, to prioritize actions. What are the features to be included in the solution? And also what is important to identify the gaps, market gaps, and how our solution adds value. And think about materials, the level of details that will be necessary to turn this idea tangible and usable. How are we going to provide minimum cost values? And we also have to know what is the final goal. We have to establish the target. If we cannot define the final objective, so we have to stop and resume, because we will be needing more information before we move to the development of this solution. And after to try to reach these targets, we establish objectives for the project. How are we going to fulfill each step? What do we want to do? We have to think what tools are we going to use? And here we have to also think what actions that we are going to perform so that we can solve the problems of our clients, of our user. We always have to think, on this user, on the user's reality. And another thing we have to take into consideration is to think on the actions in practical terms as the whole set. How are we going to make money with the idea of ours? And for this conception of a solution, we need it's very important for you to have the answers for these questions that I'm showing here in the slides. Why our solution needs to be implemented? What are the benefits that this solution brings to our client? What are the impacts to our business, to society? And also, what value does it add? How can more effectively add value to our solution and at the same time solve the concerns of our client? And last but not least, how can we make this solution something feasible? The important point here is to think that many times we don't receive the approval of funds to make the complete solution. So we have to show this value proposition somehow that we want to introduce with our solution so that we can validate this solution. To do this, we use very much of the MVP. It's we need to prepare a simplified version of our solution or of our product, of our service, using the minimum resources possible. But this, I'm going to use this minimum number of resources, but at the same time, we have to provide basic features to solve this problem that we have prioritized here. And so it's very important that we think, well, what functionalities, what deliveries should we develop, what activities we have to perform to develop this MVP. Something also very important throughout this step of validation of hypotheses and solutions, as I mentioned before, the point that doing the interviews, validating the challenges with these stakeholders to validate the problem right from the beginning and then come to the development of a solution. We are going to validate and test the hypothesis, and the idea is to do this through all the steps of the solution for your client. How is that possible? We can interview people, we can develop MVP, we can prepare a prototype, we can start with a pilot, a mock-up, even a very brief discussion. And it's important to understand that during this cycle, we must validate the solution that we want to develop. And because we need to validate in each stage to avoid rework in the future, to avoid having completed the problem, seeing the client say that, this is not exactly what I wanted. So that's why tests are very important. And then what would be the next steps after we have defined how we are going to move forward with the validation of our proposal of solution? This is the moment when we start hands-on. And We raised hypotheses, we identify the clients, the users, the stakeholders, we interviewed the stakeholders, we raised data, information, and all of this. How are we going to start to build our idea? How are we going to make the hands-on process in this sense? And this will involve working in cycles of development. The cycles for a learning, where we are going to develop, test, measure, validate, and learn with the results. So that, like this, so we can develop the best solution that will satisfy the needs of our user and at the same time is feasible and appropriate to the objectives and targets of our business. So I would like to invite you to analyze these methodologies, run them, develop new products and services, and analyze those who already exist. And for those who would like my contact and the QR code here on the upper right level, you can download this presentation and together with the activities that I propose to each one of these steps. So for each step I introduced here, this general overview, we also introduce in this document some drills, right? So that we can do a checking on the stakeholders. So what is the concern of my clients? So we have the drills and the examples so that you can work on them and work at home. And if anyone would like to get in touch, I am at your disposal. Thank you very much, Bruno. Thank you, Marina. It was fantastic, your presentation, a little bit different from the presentations in our panel, but this was the objective, is to help you, participants, to transform a little bit of the insights brought by the events to you, an insight that even you have found outside this event, so that you can develop ideas, actual projects. And as Marina well said, we suggest to you a journey. We introduce some methodologies, but there is no methodology or journey that is right or wrong. What we have are journeys and methodologies that can be better applied to your reality. And then we have the thinking, and we have the sharing, and the importance is what is the flow to be connected when we develop a new project. How should we start? Solution and problem is the problem. Where should we develop more? One point or several hypotheses and then choose a winner. These are several ways of thinking. And the main message from Marina's presentation is to understand the rationale behind this journey. After we understand this, then you can apply several methodologies that you understand make more sense or not to your project. So Marina, once again, thank you very much. For those who don't know, she belongs to our Innovation and Sustainability team here in the Brazilian-Germany Chamber. She's a colleague of ours, and she is the leader for culture and innovation, and she's responsible for some programs in entrepreneurship. If you have any questions, come to Marina, come to us. It will be a pleasure to help us and to develop this new culture of innovation for your companies. Right? So Marina, once again, thank you very much. Thank you, Bruno. And as Bruno said, we are at your disposal. Let's get in touch with us.
So, and with that, I would like to give the floor to my colleague, Stephanie Fielmann. She is Communication Director, and she will tell you about the publication. Thank you, Bruno. Thank you to all the panelists and participants of this 9th Congress of Innovation and Sustainability. I'm very happy to be here to do the launch of the 6th edition of the Brazil-Germany Innovation publication. We do this together in this project to complement this important content. In this year edition, I will show you a little bit what you can find in this material. Here we have a virtual and augmented reality and the application and the industry. and how this helped with remote working. And now sustainability is also very important. And Bruno, we all was so excited about the topic of the NFTs we see nowadays. And important also is the startups guide. Here we have the whole landscape of the startups that are participating in our Startups Connected challenge. And of course, I would like to thank our teams, communication teams, innovation teams. They participated in this project, and also the editors that are responsible for the presentation of this material. So you can access, you can do the download here with the link or the QR code. I believe you will love this publication, and this comes to complement everything you were hearing in this Congress. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you for this project. We are already many years working together, and that's a nice example for our cooperation. Yes, I would like to thank the team of creative team, and they helped us a lot, also with the scenography. So without further ado, we would like to start with our blog, Digital Transformation. This is the blog we're discussing today in the afternoon. We will have 3 speeches and 2 panels. And from servitization of the industry, 5G, and the role of 5G to unleash the potential of Industry 4.0, and how digitalization can leverage the circular economy. So in the first step, we will have the panel Servitization of Industry. This is going to be moderated by Pablo Fava, CEO from Siemens, and we have Oliver Nies, Vice President of Digital Business from Festo, Germany, João Vizetti, CEO from Trumpf, Brazil, Eliseu Buzan, Vice President and Head of SAP Digital Supply Chain here in Brazil. So to start, I will give the floor to Oliver Nies. He has 5 minutes for his initial presentation, and in the end of the panel, we can open for questions from the audience. So you can send us the question on Q&A or on the chat. So Oliver Nies, you have the floor.
Thank you. Can you hear me well?
Can.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So yeah, thanks for hosting this event, or thanks for having me there. Of course, I would have liked to be in Brazil and to be live on stage with all of you guys, but yeah, we will do it remotely anyway. And don't wonder if it's getting darker and darker, because it's already late in the evening here in Germany. As Bruno said at the beginning, I'm representing Festo. Festo is a leading provider of automation technology, and we offer products and systems and services all surrounding pneumatic and electrical control and drive technology. In the end, we like to say we are the guys who keep things moving on the shop floor. We are a German-based, family-owned company. We are active around the world, and we are active in almost all of the industry, automotive, electronics, food and packaging, semiconductor, what have you. I'm responsible for the digital business initiative at Festo. So that's all of our digital product portfolio that we offer to our customers. Of course, Festo, like all of the other participants on the panel, is getting more and more digital, and we are also providing digital products to our customers. And I'm responsible with my team for the definition and the worldwide rollout of our Industry 4.0 or IIoT strategy. And it basically has two dimensions or two main directions, our strategy. One is, as we are a component provider, that we need to enable our components, that they have connectivity, that they are IoT ready, and also that they, if needed, if useful, become smart components, so that they're easier to install or that they can monitor their own health state, so these kind of things. So that's one direction. So that's like a horizontal layer in our strategy. And the second is that we are providing AI-based solutions, because we've seen that there is a huge demand in automation technology on AI-based solutions. And we think that we are very well suited for doing so, because we can leverage our domain know-how out of our customers. We have hardware experience, and we have good AI software and the competency to provide vertical IIoT solutions to our customers. And these solutions or use cases are predictive maintenance, well known, I think. It's about asset monitoring, predictive quality, that's about ensuring that the production quality is at the right level, and predictive energy, which of course very much fits into the sustainability and CO2 footprint discussion, where we provide energy monitoring. Well, that's maybe it for this introduction. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Oliver, pela apresentação.
Thank you very much, Oliver, for your presentation. And then I will give the floor to João Vicente, that's CEO from Congresso Brasil. We are not able to hear you. Perhaps your microphone is muted. Yes, good afternoon, Bruno. Is it okay now? Yes, it's perfect. Hi, Pablo. Hi, colleagues in our panel. I'm very happy to be here today, again, taking part on the Conference of Innovation and Sustainability, Brazil, Germany. I'm responsible for Brazilian operations at CUMF. We deliver machines, equipment, and complete solutions to cut metals with laser as a production tool. We also are a family-owned company from Germany. We are all almost neighbors of Festo. And we concentrate, as I said, on laser as a tool to do semiconductors, and we produce, we help to produce agriculture machines and vehicles. TRUMPF has in her DNA the innovation, and with our DNA we keep bringing new solutions on the market, and the servitization is already a reality for us. We not only know our equipment, we take care of them. We have the spare parts for 5 years, and an example is this photo behind me. That's Caxias, and this is a reality on the Brazilian market already. And let's talk about our ideas. Let's make a good exchange, how we can live these new ideas in our market here in Brazil.
Bruno? Muito obrigado, João. Desculpe aqui o...
Thank you, João. I had a small delay, and I will give the floor to Eliseu Buzão from SAP, and then Pablo is moderating the discussion about servitization. Eliseu, you have the floor. Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon to my colleagues here in the panel. I'm very happy to be here today with you, representing SAP Brazil. My name is Eliseu. I'm Vice President and Head of Sales here in Brazil, more than 20 years of experience with complex projects and digital transformation at SAP for 11 years, and the last 4 years I was head of digital supply chain here in Brazil. You know probably SAP as a back office company, and in the last years we defined a strategy to evolution of the back office, but also for satellite solution to help our clients. So the concept of SAP is that with mirror solutions on the process of our clients, we work for 27 different industries in a global scale. So we include this in the development cycles of our solution. About supply chain and sustainability, what SAP has offers as a solution in these 27 industries is a bit different from what we see at our clients when we think about the extended supply chains. So we have the different steps, sales, contracting, and SAP has a subdivision where supply chain is specifically from the development of the product. So here we start already with sustainability. What are the materials, specification, what are better alternatives to produce a certain product. So we do the conception, the design, and the SAP solutions help a lot and can monitor and can bring some insights in the production of these products. For example, energy consumption of this equipment. Then we have transports, logistics, in-house, in intra-logistics, or also outbound transportation to deliver the product to the end client, final client. And then we also have the planning of the whole chain, the planning, the operational planning, strategic planning, until the last moment. And probably I can explain the servitization a bit more during the panel, and then we can deliver to the final client and register the experience of the client with the product. So thank you to be here today with you. Thank you very much. And I'm happy to be part of it. Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone who is here. Eliseu, Oliver, I'm very happy. And this is a very important topic, servitization for industry. That's a topic that is very actual. We try to add value, and technology industry 4.0 gives a lot of opportunities. So we will have a debate. We prepared some questions, and I remember the words of Bruno. If you have another question, put it in the chat, and we will register and ask the question. I will start with a question for you, I believe, between Oliver and João. And let's start with the beginning. How was servitization born? What gave rise to it? What factors, for instance, technologies and consumer behavior trends, enable the servitude of industry? Who would like to start? João, could you start? Yes, of course I can. Thank you, Pablo. Yes, servitization started in the 90s, and I was part of a project, and I can say the following: that's how, when a product starts becoming commodity and we have a lot of competition, we need to expand the value of a product, and then we start on this way of servitization. At that time, we had an industry here in Brazil. I worked at BB, and we started here in Brazil. And in the end, we were not offering a paint shop, but the client wanted also the service. So I would not sell only the paint shop, but the whole service we would. And we had not much knowledge to put this complex offer on the market. So then we lost, and the biggest paint companies got the job, and this is a way to add value to your product and to add value to your client, and this increased in the last year and is now part of our daily business, because companies today, you don't have just a copy machine or a printer. We just want someone to put it there, to put the toner. Sometimes we buy the paper, but not even that, and we just pay for the copies. And so the world evolved, and in the past we all had copies machines, and today we don't know if, I don't know if we have a copy machine. Usually we ask someone to digitalize it, and then we get it by email. So the world is changing, it's naturally changing, and then we need to add value to our operation. And I believe, I'm sure SAP has solutions for this today. And if you imagine a project, probably you already have the digitalized documents linked on the process. So in the end, this is easier, it's more accessible, you don't have files anymore. So the world changed, and that's because of servitization. We talk about it today, but it is old, and it's very important for that. We should have the knowledge, our products and our equipment, and then we can offer additional service. For example, we have some producers of turbines, and then they would be offered as leasing, and another would guarantee a higher disponibility, and will give the maintenance and the problems, and knowing the route of your flight, we can provide spare parts and technicians, so the plane would never go to a shop.
There is a great value this for the air company, because the plane on the floor is loss of money. So more and more everybody will gain with this trend of servitization, because it will improve availability, will provide transparency, previsibility of costs, and each one will really deal with what they know how to do best. So now I turn to Oliver, and I'm at disposal if you have more questions. The excellent points. It's just like to break down the DNN of adding value to our client and to include our segments together, right? It's more or less like this, right?
Aí, Oliver ou Eliseu, sobre essa pergunta?
Any other comment, Oliver, Eliseu?
Yeah, thank you. And I couldn't agree more, to be honest, especially with your first statement that this is really not new to us, right? So servitization is, I also know it since the 90s, like you said, and I actually right now I'm part of this process for the third time in my professional life. I've also started in the 90s when I worked for a company and we were doing business process outsourcing back in time, and it was exactly the same mechanisms. And believe me, by that point in time, nobody could believe that you could outsource important processes like support, like customer interaction, like supply chain, like logistics. That was yeah. Back in time, nobody believed that this might ever be possible, but it was possible. The second time when I've experienced a movement is not so long ago. I've also like our friend from SAP worked in the software company for the last 10 years, and I've experienced a full transformation that came in the software industry from, let's say, license models into software as a service models. Highly complicated, big stretch for all software companies, but there was a big demand from the market to be more flexible, to use software in peak times that you can scale up and down and change the software company significantly, also from a financial point of view, by the way. And now it really comes into our industry here, and we've heard already good examples like the copy machine, but also really in the core business of manufacturing, like when it comes to production itself. We see that these models are coming up, and even if you might think it's impossible to do this, it will come, believe me. We've seen it in other industries. And I think what's important to mention is and you said it already, you need to do your homework before you go into any kind of servitization. You need to understand and know your core competencies as a client, as a company. You need to understand where can you bring value, where do you have processes which you can outsource. You need to standardize a lot. You need to standardize your processes, and you need to standardize also your infrastructure, your products, your go-to-market. It's really about everything, and then it comes together. You also asked about what might be key enablers and what changed so that we can provide these as a service models nowadays. And I think indeed IT and process automation from an IT standpoint, that's really key enablers to me. Standardization of data so that you can exchange, you can really understand the number of copies, for instance, in this example. You need to standardize interfaces between machines so that you can also build service models on top of service models. That's also important because when you go into servitization, things become more complex all of a sudden, because you're not just in your pure domain. A copy machine is not just copying, but it can also digitalize. It can be connected with remote maintenance services. It might even be connected with a toner company. I don't know. And I think the last thing that I've seen in the last years that really enabled these kind of business models and brought it to yet another level is adaptive and scalable computing power from the cloud. So that's really also helping a lot. The rise of the hyperscalers obviously helped here because just mentioned remote management. It's not possible if every vendor needs to develop their own little IT ecosystem to do remote management, but it works very well if you have a cloud infrastructure that you could just leverage here. So this, to me, is a bit the trends that I've seen.
Muito legal o que você comentou.
Very nice what you mentioned. It's essential for you to find your reference, your value-adding core. This is there where you're going to create value to your client. I have a second question. Perhaps I will send to Eliseu. Okay? Why this moment specifically? Why are we seeing momentum now? What would be typical examples about servitization in the industry? Thank you. First, I believe that the point that João tackled on how much time Triumph is performing civilization in their history, and the interesting point that Oliver mentioned about the building blocks here on what are the possible steps to be taken. I think that the moment comes from the companies becoming more mature. The market has been expediting in this step of digitization. This is a reality in Latin America, and especially now in Brazil. So this is an essential step. There are companies thinking on how to revisit process, how to simplify them, how to increase productivity, not only on cost reductions, of course, but how can I improve? How can I do more with less? And this less I can use it better according to the productive processes of the companies. Another important component, I believe, are the new technologies. I believe that what João mentioned, they should already have a maturity at an optimum level to make the case that he mentioned. But if we are going to place the technologies that we have today, some such as Oliver mentioned, and today we have big data, we have machine learning, we have AI. I will mention a little bit. We have the business networks and the cloud solutions in general. They are great enablers. If we're going to stop to think that the companies, they have a different focus on their clients. They have new needs. The clients appear now with a different purchasing profile. And when I say client, these are our clients, your clients, and not exactly a retail client, which is a little bit more traditional. No, our clients, whatever production we are involved in, we see that the way of buying, the need of buying has evolved. So if we stop to think that the market evolved, the competition is greater, and I have now new ways of buying, and I have a fiercer competition compared to the past, this make companies to expedite the digitization, adhering to new technologies. And I mentioned later on, this again is the case of SAP, how we had to adjust and expedite the way of meeting this market demand. Yes, the new technologies, they are essential. They enable new ways of making business. And since I'm with you, Eliseo, what are the impacts of servitization for the strategy and business model of companies that supply this solution? So the supplier, how does this change their strategy and their business model? Good question. And by experience, sharing a little bit of our SAP case, Oliver also mentioned this. In the past, we had a need and a strong pressure in terms of flexibility and finding alternatives. But today, we have a broad portfolio in the market of solutions in the cloud. And this is a major enabler, both for the companies that supply software and as well as the clients that need to buy this kind of service. So this is an essential step, and certainly this expedited things very much. And SAP, for instance, we needed to internalize what we had in terms of market demand. Instead of providing several solutions to reach a single point to the client, we embedded new technologies. And with the new technologies, we are now being able to enable our clients' processes in a more simpler and faster way. And an example of servitization, a client of ours in Europe is a supplier of compressed air compressors. And a few years ago, SAP, together with this client, established a support and innovation using all the SAP technologies where the client was trying to differentiate from the competition. So they needed a new business model, and they needed to move a step ahead in terms of digital transformation, aligned with the future that they expected. And the result of this is that the company created a new business model. Instead of only selling a piece of equipment and provide maintenance, the company started to sell compressed air as a service. And how did it happen? All the components that we mentioned here, new technologies, IoT, IIoT, ITOT, following a same platform of in a consolidated way. We find several different data being harmonized, consolidated, and through different solutions with this SAP technology, the client is warned if he needs additional capacity of compressed air. The client knows how much is being consumed, how much he will need to pay, and the maintenance, the field service of the company for the clients has also been optimized. It is now streamlined at both ends. And so all the three parties, end user, consumer, and the supplier, the company, they came to a same level. And it's a new business model for this company. Another example using the SAP technologies concerning sharing critical information about assets. So the moment when I have transactional or operating and financial information in a same visibility following a level of transparency, I can also optimize the maintenance, even if it is already a predictive maintenance. If a flaw happens, I know exactly which equipment and when I need to send technical assistance or maintenance to this company. So this is another example of servitization using new technologies, where the companies, the suppliers of software, they had to readjust, leaving the on-premises solutions where the client has to be present. We needed infrastructure. The company went there and provided support in case of a problem. There was a major drift of the companies of software providers so that we could give the same solutions that are using in cloud approach. And these solutions need scalability, the level of security that is needed. Solution needs to be more on the edge, up to date, and with the clients, as technology, we are able to enable new business models. And it is in the beginning. We still have a big way ahead of us, especially in Brazil, and to bring more the modernization of these processes to us with the use of technology as a major enabler. Okay, thank you, Eliseo. It is obvious and apparent that's necessary also a major cultural change for the supplier. Of course, they have to adapt, especially according to what the client needs, a lot of innovation, and certainly a greater return, right? This business of service is more profitable, and even by experience, and years ago in Siemens, the service business is more profitable. So these are benefits that are tied to this. And last but not least, they provide for the supplier a certain uniformity on the revenue with a better perspective in the future. Yes, it's a previsibility that is recurrent. In the previous model, it was an investment a little bit more robust, but with a short term. This business model is important for the end user and also for software providers, certainly. I have a very similar question, but now on the other approach on the user's point of view. And I will do this to João, but please feel comfortable if you like to add. So, João, what are the impact of servitization for the strategy and users of the solutions? Well, Pablo, I liked when you mentioned DNA. Basically, this is how you create a GMO seed. You get the concerns of the client, the weaknesses you remove, and you include the genes there, and to make that solution more robust, more stronger. Adding to what Eliseu said, and also this creates a recurring revenue to the supplier, but also transparency and cost previsibility to the client. If he's buying the equipment, he might have surprises when something breaks. Like this, he has a cost that is constant throughout time, and this facilitates him in terms of budget, control, traceability, and all the rest. And for the suppliers you mentioned, also makes it clear what is the revenue, and this risk share between both. So at the end, you offer the best cost, but you also have the best result. It is a win-win situation. In parallel with that, so to make this possible, as he mentioned, we need technology, but also we need data. When we moved on this step to join servitization, what did we have? For more than 10 years, we had a system that recorded any call of the client, any problem, wherever the client is in the world is recorded, and the solution is recorded too. So you have a cause-effect relationship that is very big. And what was the behavior of the equipment during this transition between failure and solution? And we used the machine learning, artificial intelligence points to analyze this and create relationships. Today, we monitor the equipment at a distance. For instance, the number of calls the client, when the client really calls that he has a problem, we solve more than 65% of the calls without any movement of anyone. We provide guidance to the client. We use tools where we share what we can see. We are able to take real-time pictures and mark equipment. So reset this switch over here, for instance, or this circuit breaker, and then I can mark, I can show where the circuit breaker is based on what I'm seeing in that moment. So I'm not going to take a picture and say, where is this? No, I move with him, showing where it has to be open, where the equipment is, where he should do with the equipment, and I don't need to leave my premises. And it in a very faster way, if I had to send somebody to do that, I would also have a time to arrive. And many times we have a case as a company in the automotive industry where we already supervise the pieces of equipment that are on test in real time. Using a welding line on a plant in Asia, the equipment started showing a strange behavior. The yellow light went on. Some causes and effects started happening. The expert examined, got in touch with the plant and said, look, you changed the focus of certain equipment. Please resume to the other stage, or you are causing reflection or a warming of the lenses, and this will have a downtime to your pieces of equipment. The operator went back to the original features, avoided the failure, and like this, there was no extra cost with pieces that were not necessary. So all of this, so things are evolving and bringing benefits to both sides. Obviously, there must be an understanding on the client side. The client has to understand the value of this. And it's not everyone that is prepared. More structured than bigger companies, they look at this and it's, wow, this is my dream. And the first world project done in this sense is here in Brazil, because we found a client that understood the value of our proposition, accepted it, and we have been working together for the past 3 years and continue to extend this partnership. So this is a win-win situation, but it needs trust. So the mindset of who is using this kind of product that is servitized, that is more complex, also needs to understand the value on the proposition. Otherwise, if you just compare with a product, purely it is more expensive, cannot be otherwise. But it offers an added value that is very big, much bigger than your cost. So it represents an economy, and as you mentioned, a better revenue to whom is supplying this moment. I believe that is a one-way route. And if you understand the United States and even Germany, it's common in Europe also. You just sign a contract, you don't buy a car anymore. And after 5 years, the dealership tells when he has to take the car for maintenance. Sometimes he gets a reserve car. And in Europe, they don't go to your house to fetch you. But this is what happens. And he knows exactly how much a car costs per month.
Yes, that's exactly, João. And you said also, you talked about the technological topic. So the image of everything that's happening, the machine you deliver to your client, you say, you know exactly what happens with this machine. So everything is connected with new technology, and you talked about data. I just want to, let me compliment. One of the big challenges of the servitization is data highways. We will have a lot of traffic jam there. So the data highways need to be improved, because cloud computing and online monitoring of equipment, the information exchange between companies, everything in real time, Industry 4.0, this is going to demand a lot of data exchange. So the network people, software people, 5G, they need to think about how this can be managed in the future, because this will be the huge bottleneck, and then we won't have abundant solutions on the market. Yes, that's exactly, because it's not only technology. We need KPIs also. And now, Oliver, what is the role of the data of servitization?
Yeah, that's also here I couldn't agree more with João, because it's really it's all about data. In the end, that's the basis of all of the insights that you just mentioned, that you become on your machines. So for me, data is really a key enabler. And it's if we go a bit more technical, maybe it's talking industry, right? So it's access to machine data, and that's where the story starts already, right? Because you don't take it for granted. If you're in IT, like Eliseo and I, you would say, well, it's easy. You can always access data from an SAP system. There are standardized interfaces, cloud services are available, REST APIs, easy, check. But it's not on the shop floor. On the shop floor, there's no standard at all. There are hundreds of different PLCs, even in different versions. There are no standardized protocols. You have some initiatives from the Industry 4.0, like MQTT or OPC-UA, but there's no standard rolled out, and especially not in the brownfield, right? And we are talking a lot about brownfield here as well. So that's the first thing. You need to access machine data, and that's not an easy thing. The second thing is the semantics of the data, right? And both Eliseo and João give good examples of where you need to understand really what is this kind of data. Is it temperature? If you're talking about this compressor type. You need to understand is temperature, is it pressure, is it whatever, electricity. You need to understand what kind of data you're looking at, because otherwise you can never understand the machine and the behavior of the machine. And then it's the third aspect. It's a lot about access and exchange of data, right? So from a how do I get grip on the data, and how can I access the data? And here you fully agree that we talk about network infrastructure, that we talk about cloud, that we talk about 5G. But if you go on the shop floor, you don't even have access. So you're talking about edge computing all of a sudden. You're also talking about analyzing this information on the shop floor without maybe even internet access. And we all heard these security breaches in production sites and how vulnerable production sites are nowadays, because it's OT and not IT. And there is another aspect of data, which is that we have different classes of data that we need in the end to create our business models, right? So we need to understand usage data, and Joe, you said it already also in your business model. So you need to understand how the machine is used in order to offer an optimized service, right? And it's also very important for machine provider in the end to understand how the machine is actually used by the customers, to improve the machine, but also to do risk assessments. Can you create a viable as a service business model on top? Can you control how the user is using it? And I have a good example from Trumpf even, which I heard from a colleague of you, as we are neighbors in Germany. I've met him the other day, and he said to me, the biggest problem is like in IT, the person who is using the machine, right? It's not the machine itself, it's the person who is misusing it probably. Then we have machine data that we need to understand in order to monitor a health state and predict failures. Obviously, predictive maintenance is very important for as a service model, because we need to understand if the machine is running properly or not. Extremely important. And we also need to understand performance data. Are we producing enough parts? Are we on a good track, or do we have any problems here? And also in order to resource optimization. Also, if just to the Trumpf examples, can I optimize usage of my machine? Could be a very important service also for the end customer. And I think you need to bundle all of these aspects together, so that you have a good foundation where you can analyze the data and then build as a service business models on top. But without data, no chance to create any sort of business model, because you could just be blind.
Yeah, very excellent point, Oliver. And this was very important. This is cybersecurity is a huge challenge, and this comes from shop floor up to the cloud where you share your data. I have another question. I think I will ask Eliseo. A big transformation industries, can they use the SaaS model, software as a service? Yes, thank you very much for this question. And the answer is yes, yes. So here at SAP, of course, we saw that this is widely adopted, not only in the back office, the intelligent enterprise we have in the cloud, but also solutions for these huge companies. SaaS is not only a trend, but already a reality. And yes, here it's absolutely viable. Of course, we have some points to consider. It's not only something you can use for every client, every demand. You need to understand the situation of the client, if he is mature, and what are the problems you need to solve. But of course, it's already a reality. Yes, thank you. I have another question coming in. How can we promote servitization in small and middle-sized companies? I'm not sure if they're talking about the user or talking about the company. What do you think? Who would like to answer this? Yes, João. Yeah, servitization independs from the size of the company. You need to understand how servitization can be made into added value, and then I can look at the supplier side, and perhaps Oliver can highlight the other side. The costs for small and middle-sized company are the same. The difference is how they are divided on the time or how they are reduced. So if you take an equipment and add a service, so if you do these activities, the risk is higher and the cost is higher. So we share the risk, we share the cost, and you're doing like an insurance, like a health insurance. You pay every month a value, and if something happens, you have a problem, you have your problem solved. And of course, if you have no problem, the company will gain with it. But I believe on the long run, they are in balance. So you have no huge surprises. And from side of the company, the best functioning is at added value. So, for example, what we have here, SAP, they has a production plan, and everything with a tin foil gets into a closed system. So the system can identify the material. Then the system has a list of tools, pieces that need to be produced, ask for the material, uses the stock feature at SAP. Then there is a stock management, and how long would it take to produce a piece, if there was a stop, if something stopped the machine, why. So this is very transparent because the KPIs show this in real time for the planning. And in our system, and this can also be used for Siemens, for example. The board has all the information. So if someone wants to do a deep dive, he can go to the cloud and have a detailed view, because both indicators are in the cloud, and you just need to check what do you want. So this is very makes the process very transparent, and then you can analyze how you can increase your productivities, how are the machines working, if everything is aligned. So these are values, because with this information you can reduce costs. So the plant works alone, you have not many employees. You have just some employees managing the equipment and not working on the equipment. So you can reduce your workforce to do other of the jobs. Of course, you need training, and that's a digital and also a cultural change. But I believe that's a one-way track, and I believe this will also be implemented in small and middle-sized companies. Yes, thank you for your answer. And of course, that's for small, middle-sized, and big companies, because civilization, perhaps for a small company, the big challenge would be a financial solution to deliver equipment on the long run. But data are important for every company. We have another question that's very, very important. As Souza says, today in Brazil, the companies need to change the culture of data sharing. That's the most important pillar for civilization. I believe that he is referring on the situation that all wants to decrease the data. How do you see this situation in Brazil now? Yes, I would like to talk about this. All the value and all of the threats we have. So the threats are increasing, but the importance of data is increasing too. So I believe the most important point is the clouds need to be transparent and need to deliver safety for our clients. And we have different methodologies to guarantee this security standard. And one example, as João said already, is servitization is a one-way route. We need a strategy that's business networks. Here, clients share information, for example, the volume, supply, the part specification informations. All this is shared in one network. And what's the positive aspect? My suppliers are in the same network. If I need a part, the supplier knows the specification, knows how much, how many parts. And this is very important in the day-to-day business. And this is also linked to sustainability. I don't need a routine of my maintenance team going from client to client. I just go to the client that needs me with the correct spare part, because on the network, I already saw the demand, and safety will grow, I believe. So then the supply companies have a safe environment to do their business. Yes, this is great. That's a very good explanation. I have just one question. We have just 5 minutes. So, Oliver, I will give you the question. You just answer the question. How can you evaluate the financial viability to offer a product with services and not via direct sell?
Yeah, sure. Here we go back to the importance of data that I've talked about just a little bit ago, because what you need to do in order to come up with a good as a service model, you need to join your operations data. So how is the machine used? How's the health state? How's the performance? All the topics that I've just mentioned, and you need to combine them with financial data. In the end, you need to create a financial digital twin so that you really understand what you're talking about. We have done at Festo a very interesting pilot project in our flagship production site in Schönhausen, just next to me, and we really had surprising results, because for the first time we've mixed our standard SAP process-driven data with real maintenance, with maintenance information. together with financial information like the cost of the machine and these kind of things. So we went far beyond the pure process cost and for the first time got a holistic dashboard that showed us in the end the P&L of that particular machine in real time. And this is really the basis that you need in order to do a financial risk assessment. And Joao, you just said it just a couple of minutes ago. It's like creating an insurance for the machine, because that's what we are really talking about. But if you create an insurance for business, you need to use tools and technology that an insurance company is using. And typically, you also would like to involve like an insurance company to help you with your business model, because you also need to think a little bit about financing and where the money comes from, right? But in the end, having these holistic risk assessment, like a risk balance board, like a real-time P&L for a machine, then you can really do a good calculation of your business model, and also can create a win-win situation for all of the different people who are participating in that value chain, so that everybody is sharing their part of the risk, right? Because it only works, and also as a service model will only work if everybody has some fun with the model and then earns money, but also takes their share of the risk, right? Because this is the only way how this whole value chain works, and the model will work. And then you can, of course, create performance-based contracts. You can have a contract like a production as a service, paper parts, maintenance as a service, or Eliseo talked a little bit about supply chain and delivering spare parts just in time. Then you can use all of your creativity and create this kind of business models. And just one remark, because we talked about SMEs just a little bit ago. This is really the niche where an SME based on an as-a-service model, like in software, they can really deal with the big players, like all of us representing, like a Festo, like a Trumpf, like a Siemens. Because also as a small company with an as-a-service model, either as a consumer or as a provider, you can create innovative business models that all of the legacy companies have a hard time, to be honest, to create. So if you are an SME out there, give it a try. Try it out, be brave. You will be successful, I can promise you.
Excellent message, Oliver, to close here with our questions. And exactly this, the most critical point of a business of civilization probably is to close a contract. What are the KPIs? Where do we add value? So that's why we have to start with a lot of awareness, a lot of being sure of what we are doing. Sometimes the supplier has to move a little ahead, and with a major capacity of disruption, of transforming businesses in a very fast way. You said that very quickly. It can be a risk for a big company that is so flexible in these movements. So I thank you three very much. It was an excellent panel. I enjoyed it very much. Thank you very much. And I turn the floor to Bruno to continue with our conference. So Pablo, thank you very much for your moderation. I believe that this panel, Civilization, was excellent. We talk a lot about the Industry 4.0, but more and more we are internalizing more this topic. 6-7 years ago, we started discussing about this topic, and we discussed this very macro, very superficially, and more we can see that we are understanding more in practice how this is reflected in our daily activities. Civilization is more and more present, and we go through different paths, but it is something very interesting. And even a vision that I have is that through civilization, the companies can get closer to their purpose, to their bottom line. Because today, when I want to move, I want to move. I don't need to buy a car. When I want to save power, I want to save power. I don't want to buy a machine. So we start understanding that there are companies that have with a purpose mobility, and the service set is mobility. or the case like companies of machines that they can sell energy efficiency with their machines or efficiency in processes. So this put companies together as in their purposes, which is something that we are talking more and more. The needs of proposals, the issue of sustainability, ESG, and all of this in some moment gets connected. Well, thank you very much, Pablo, and the other panelists. Certainly a very rich discussion, and many of our participants are learning a little more with you. Until next time. So now we will have our panel about 5G, unblocking all the potential of digital information. And this panel, without major spoilers, will discuss a little bit more for you what 5G means. What is the role of 5G in digital transformation? Can we expect something new with 5G or nothing will be changed in practical terms? If yes, what is new? To moderate this panel, we will have Paulo Alvarenga. He is the Thyssen Group CEO, South America. And as a panelist, Daiane Nogueira, Senior Engineer of Digitization and Production and Technology in BASF South America. David Domingues, Chef in the Department Chief. José Borges Frias, Strategic Director in Business Development in Siemens Brazil, and Wilson Cardoso, Chief Technology Office, Latin America and in Brazil at Nokia. 4 companies, each with a different view about 5G, from user companies, companies that research and leverage this topic as Fraunhofer, and even the case of Nokia. And with this to start, I would like to turn the floor to Daiane for her first words. You have 5 minutes. Meet you soon. So thank you, Bruno. First, hello, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can see and hear me well. Just very briefly in an introduction, I am Daiane Nogueira, as I was mentioned. I'm responsible currently for the team of digitization of production and technology here in BASF in South America. And within my scope of responsibilities, I would like to show briefly what are the expectations of BASF concerning 5G and what we are going to explore in our chat this afternoon. So it is important to mention with you that digital transformation globally in BASF has happened already for some years. Digitization is one of the pillars of our strategy. And so our main focus is the availability of information, interactivity, and connectivity. That is, the 5G has an essential role for the future of the operations here at BASF. This future that is digital, we all know that. 5G brings a lot of expectations because it's the lever of the 5.0 industry in the main stages. As an example, I can show the exponential increase of data visibility in a massive way through IoT sensoring in our different operations, either in the plant floor, in the chemical industry, or in the field. For instance, in the agribusiness with one of our major clients, one of our businesses here in BASF. So once in massive form, once again, fast, and with managerial capacity of a great volume of data provided by 5G, allied to other technologies and resources that are more emerging, like artificial intelligence, machine learning, we have no questions that 5G will be an extreme positive impact to the chemical industry, to BASF, not only in the decision-making process, but also for our digital transformation that we are still in an ongoing route. And also 5G, of course, will improve the relationship with our customers and help us in our journey of becoming a more sustainable company. I am very motivated with this chat of ours, and I thank you very much for the opportunity and invitation to be here together with these panelists of digitization in the industry. Thank you, Daiane. BASF, a great partner of ours, and more, we are straightening this relationship. A pleasure to see you here. Now I turn the floor to David Domingos, another great partner of ours, and he will inform us how Fraunhofer has been dealing with 5G. So you have 5 minutes, David. And your microphone is off.
Só um segundinho, pessoal, enquanto verificamos aqui.
Just the, right, okay. We can hear you now. I will share a screen and I will do a very short presentation. You can see my screen. Yes, we see it. So good afternoon. First of all, thank you for the invitation. It's an honor to be here, Bruno and the AHK colleagues in this panel. I will mention a little bit as an institution of research and development tied to projects of innovation. I'm going to talk a little bit about our Berlin Center for Digital Transformation in Berlin, of course. It's a congregation of Fraunhofer institutes that work with digital transformation topic, focusing a little bit on 5G. Before we start with this topic, I work at the Fraunhofer Institute in Berlin. I don't know if you all know, but it's the largest applied research and innovation institute here in Europe, probably in the world. We are very present, very active also in Brazil with the Fraunhofer Institute in Campinas, and in a partnership with ITA in São José dos Campos, and also Rodrigo Pastel in our office doing a major work connecting companies and Brazilian institutions with companies and institutions in Germany. So we focus on innovation, and our business is to sell research and development projects for the industry to help them in this journey of innovation. Berlin Center for Digital Transformation congregates 4 Fraunhofer institutes focused in connecting 5G, of course, connect people, connect things, systems, processes, organizations. So we put together, we connect all the 4 institutes so that we can provide systemic solutions to our partners, not only in Germany, but also elsewhere in the world, including Brazil. We work with 4 centers of technology transfer. On the left, we have people from Fraunhofer focus that worked with IoT, infrastructure of communication. We have the Fraunhofer that works with 5G technologies, communications, another way of communication through light, for instance. Industry 4.0. And the production and manufacture of that is digitally integrated. This is where I work. It is the application of technologies for the industry, the 4.0, and we have the colleagues that are focused in the development of systems and networks and sensors and actuators. There are the focus on hardware development. Not only industry and production is the focus of our work in this center in Berlin for digital transformation, but also because we tackle on healthcare, mobility, cities of the future, infrastructure, and energy. The focus today will be more industry and production, especially on this first presentation. Some examples of projects that we have developed in Berlin. For instance, in the 4.0 industry environment, we start talking already now about real-time networking and communication in real time. So we started developing technologies and competencies using 5G and other technologies of communication, the searchlight, WSN, PLC, to connect machines, people at the plant floor, using interfaces that are standardized, like a OPC UA for man-machine interface and communications, and we develop solutions with the application of artificial intelligence, augmented reality, and others to bring 5Gs to the plant floor and use this, always focusing on results, productivity increase, cost reduction for the company. Another point that is also very important is the interoperability of the systems and the guarantee of reliability in communications and plant floor. This is one of the major advantages of the 5G technology, because we can have machines and entities and vehicles, AGVs, moving inside a manufacturing environment without losing their connection. This is an advantage brought by 5G, in addition to low latency, the accuracy of being able to determine the position of entities or parts in the production line. So this is something else we have been working with. And coming to a topic that has great interest to us, and I see an interest growth also in Brazil, if campus networks or applied networks, they are being installed and introduced here in Germany, these private networks or campus networks. And recently, something like 2 years, they were introduced by the German government in a range of 3.7 and 3.8 gigahertz. And we are being able to test and develop applications of 5G for the industrial environment. It's not 5G for communications of a cell phone that everybody has in mind, but for the industrial environment. We are starting testing these applications, and we can even talk about the relevance and what 5G brings of advantages in this sense. And the last two slides that I wanted to show, we introduced recently what we call the software-defined 5G Factory Berlin. It's a plant, a 5G plant in Berlin that puts together 3 institutes, Fraunhofer Focus, HKI, and IPK, which is where I work. We have a test area where many robots, machines, tools, metrology, AGVs, and other systems, and we are using internal 5G antennas to create use cases and test and develop industrial applications using these technologies. What applications? We can talk about this later on in details, but we talk about robots controlling, digital production twin, video analysis to guarantee quality, among others. We can detail this further on, and obviously, in this Berlin Center, we are always open for connections with companies, partners. We offer training and projects of research and development and innovation for our partners. This is what I have for the beginning. Thank you very much. Thank you, David. I believe this was very interesting, your presentation, and something else in a similar way. This was present with Professor Ender that talk about communities, which is a little bit a tradition of Germany of creating centers of competency or learning factories. There are several names for this, but Germany has this tradition of creating these common spaces to develop and test collaboration. And you could see a very interesting initiative presented by David in this line. It helps all this development. And for this, we changed the floor to Borges from Siemens. What has been Siemens doing with 5G, and what can the 5G bring to digital transformation? Borges, you have the floor. 5 minutes for your presentation.
Boa tarde a todos, colegas aqui do painel e quem está nos assistindo. Ouvi dizer que a gente está um grande sucesso esse evento, né, Bruno? Espero que o pessoal esteja aproveitando bastante. Bom, mas vamos lá. Resgatando um pouquinho aqui da história, da Siemens e o envolvimento dela, eu acho que não é novidade para ninguém, ou seja, a Siemens está tendo um papel bastante relevante na definição dos conceitos e tudo que gira em torno da questão da indústria 4.0. Né? Desde a elaboração da plataforma Indústria 4.0 lá na Alemanha, a gente teve um papel sempre muito relevante, muito ativo, né? Fazendo com que isso também faça parte da nossa estratégia, de forma que até mesmo algumas grandes aquisições que a empresa tem feito, ou o fato dela focar o seu negócio, principalmente voltado para as questões do software, da junção entre o mundo digital, o mundo virtual e o mundo real, né, com os seus digital twins, ou gêmeos digitais. Isso faz com que a gente tenha uma grande relevância, um grande foco nessa questão da transformação digital, né? Por que isso é tão importante para a gente? Porque, assim, o nosso propósito, o dia a dia na Siemens, a gente tem como uma empresa focada em tecnologia, o propósito de transformar o dia a dia dos segmentos que a gente ajuda, ou seja, os nossos clientes, a gente está falando de indústria, a gente está falando de cidades inteligentes, a gente está falando de agrobusiness, de infraestrutura de um modo geral, de saúde, e a gente entende que, por meio da tecnologia, a gente consegue transformar para melhor o dia a dia dos nossos clientes e do mundo e de vários segmentos da economia. Usando, e aí eu menciono aqui um dos nossos pilares estratégicos recentemente definidos, e eu gosto muito dele, porque eu acho que assim, ele é simples, mas ele é muito carregado de significado. É a tecnologia com propósito. Ou seja, de nada vale uma tecnologia se ela realmente não agregar valor, ela não resolver algum grande problema, né? Ela não trazer uma série de facilidades, e eu acho que a gente teve aí, infelizmente, né, com a pandemia, apesar da pandemia, quer dizer, se a gente pode dizer o lado bom da coisa, é que assim, a pandemia ela foi capaz de acelerar e de catalisar a adoção de várias ferramentas de digitalização e a transformação digital. Né, as empresas estão em busca de excelência operacional, de ganho de produtividade e como atender melhor os seus clientes. De que forma podem ser mais produtivas e até mesmo rever seus modelos de negócio, né? Então, vamos lá, né? Pegando esse gancho da transformação digital e a adoção de tecnologias que a gente chama exponenciais ou habilitadoras, pelo segmento industrial, e aí particularizando aqui no Brasil, talvez ele seja o único caminho para garantir a produtividade e a competitividade necessária para assegurar a inserção deste segmento, né, nas cadeias globais de valor, né? Uma conectividade confiável, segura, poderosa, por sua vez, ela é a base, é o viabilizador dessa transformação digital na indústria brasileira, já que a implementação de conceitos e tecnologias associadas aí aos conceitos da indústria 4.0 e da digitalização, como, por exemplo, aplicações de internet industrial das coisas, depende intrinsecamente dessa existência e disponibilidade dessa conexão.
This depends on this communication. So the communication must be existent, and so if we don't have this connectivity, we have no progress, we have no digitalization, agribusiness, so we won't be compatible with the demands of the same segments, and the resources offered by mobile networks cannot attend this demand. So this will cause frustration when we try to implement our solutions. One of the first differences between 5G and former generations is exactly the capacity to focus on machine-machine communication. So the IIoT with with a small latency. This potential of 5G is important, and you need a reserve. You need to reserve a frequency just for industry, and this should be exclusively for companies, for cities, and so that this can be used for apps. And coming to an end here, 5G is important for apps of Industry 4.0 and offers a very huge environment compared to other technologies we have today. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Borges, for your presentation. And we will hear now Wilson Cardoso, Chief Technology Officer from Latin America and Brazil of Nokia. And afterwards, we will have the discussion moderated by Paulo Alvarenga. So we hear Wilson Cardoso and then Paulo Alvarenga. Wilson, the floor is yours for your presentation. Good afternoon, Bruno, good afternoon, the colleagues to the panel. Very happy to be here. I would like to share some slides about the topic 5G. As my company, Nokia, is a provider of technology, and so Borges said that in the last years, in the last 20 years, we came from 2G voice technology, 3G broadband data, 4G. When we started to have connectivity for industry with higher speed, and now we get to 5G, where we have the industrial IoT with higher data rates, and to use the communication networks we can now have trustworthy nets. We can have special networks for a campus, for industries, and this was never possible here in Brazil. And now we really have a possibility for machines. So until 4G, this was for people, and now 5G is for machines. A very interesting factor here, what we can see here. We did a study, we have this on our homepage, the impact of productivity of 5G here in Brazil. So in the next 15 years, we think that the impact on productivity could be $1.5 trillion. This would be manufacturing, for example, $171 billion. And how, from where come these impacts? Improving of processes. Also, in agriculture, we can use less water, less fertilizer, and have a better plague control, can make the machines go very precisely. So I have a lot of precision. This, when I go to mining, for example, we have the heavy lorries, and they would consume 36% less fuel. So probably the industries will define where are we going to open up our plants, a 5G country or a country where we don't have a 5G. So this will be very important infrastructure aspect. And 5G has three big blocks. So the mobile broadband is, enhanced mobile broadband, that's more of the same. So that's a quick, a fast 4G. But when we see on the right side, and that's what our specification is, the ultra reliable connectivity. And that's latency, that's a time from which the information leaves my terminal and is processed. So this depends on computer structure, and this data processing needs to be on a place where we have this network. So also, as I said, David also told that we have this, we need this networks, and here, with these networks, we can eliminate failures. And we want to connect 1 million equipments on a square kilometer. So this can have a huge economic impact. So with the same hardware structure, we can increase the equipments connected, and I believe the price can also, in the public market, can decrease, and this is a new technological revolution. I won't detail here, but everything that happens on the mobile communication world is defined by the releases we see here on of 3GPP. Now we have the R16 defining the basis of the ultra-reliable connectivity. And Anatel is asking as a basis on the frequency contract, the integration of industrial slices. So this is a public network, and here you have a defined part of a network to use. And this part, here you can define quality standard, safety standard, and connectivity. If you combine everything, we can have now a public network combined with a campus network with our company, and this slices with the public network can give a new dimension of connectivity. And this depends, of course, often of the demands. If we have a factory with low latency, I will have a network. I can collect my element. I need a network. And when I need smaller latencies, I can use public networks. The good news is we can do this here in Brazil in a few months when Anatel finished with the definition. So everything what we did on a mobile network was for the consumer. We're not done with extreme conditions we have in our plants, and also the vulnerabilities from 2008 to 2018, we have 0 in a field bus device and more than 3,000 in Android device. So this needs to be checked carefully. And how can I do a private network? Brazil, I hope from tomorrow on, we will have the spectrum auction. This would be the public networks, but in parallel, Anatel is doing, as PZA did in Germany, an allocation of frequencies for private networks. So every company with that pays taxes can use this frequency for 20 years in their own area, and they can use the frequency for their own, but not for public use. And then the networks are built according to their technical demands, latency and speed, and also the higher frequencies. Here we also have a higher spectrum of 400 megahertz with the same characteristics like we have in Germany. And here we can have high definition cameras in a millimeter band for a better application. And Anatel has also other frequencies we see here on the bottom of the slide. Well, this was 5 minutes. I just wanted to show what we are doing with 5G, and very good that Brazil is following Europe and following Germany for the allocation. This is a huge step we did in the last years. Thank you very much. Thank you, Wilson. Good afternoon, Davi, Borges, Wilson. Wilson, I would like to ask you, after all this interesting information we got in the first round, when we look at the potential economical impact of 5G, why is this taking so long to be a reality here in Brazil? Yes, that is a question I try to answer for the last 3 years, but we have a lot of technological aspects. So this frequency of 3 gigahertz is also used for other services here in Brazil, for TV, for the dishes, the older TVs. So this Anatel did a huge study. This was interrupted by COVID, unfortunately, for 8 months. Now they started again during the pandemic. And of course, this also needs to be discussed. But now the study is ready. Probably they're voting. And then this block, and then the auction can occur. So we need some regulation still, but we hope that we can start. The scientific use is already possible, but very limited. So this cleanup you said, is this especially here in Brazil? Yes, unfortunately, this is only here in Brazil. This service was regulated. They used for satellite broadcasts this signal and used it. So there is really a technical difficulty here in Brazil. Yes, and that's a service. So you cannot take away the broadcasting service for the poorer people. You need to see the social impact of this. Yes, I understand. And now, do you think 5G will be a reality for citizens? Well, we believe that 2022 in the big cities, we will have the first networks. So when we have the auction, then implementation is quick. Yes, everything is already ready to be launched. Okay, let's hope for the best for next year. Diane, you said in your presentation, I would like to understand companies as BASF. What can they do with 5G? Things that can be done. What can companies like BASF do with 5G?
Well, I think that a topic that is very important is to make clear that there are solutions that have already been implemented, and to reach a certain maturity and a gain of scale, they need the 5G. We have several possibilities here. that we could even mention. And it is also worth, before going to the examples, to say that there is a diversity of technology wireless today. We have several models of operations, and in some cases we have no wireless connectivity. This depends on the site, on the application. With 5G, we want to leverage this standard of communication wireless in a simplification way. So I believe that flexibility, simplification, this is included in our operations. But the moment when we have massively low latency and high trustworthy networks, we start transforming information and data and influence very properly the decision-making process. Today, as mobile solutions, for instance, I can mention here is the logistics system, the autonomous logistics system. For instance, in our site in Ludwigshafen, we are already starting with some tests, but still 4G, but they are starting. And to turn this into reality in our sites, maintaining safety of our collaborators, we need the pyramid that Wilson showed to us, talking about low latency and trustworthiness that 5G will bring. When we talk about monitoring sensors, once again, or drones, or IoTs in the field, today these are technologies that have been implemented. But when we talk about a big number to bring improvement in the processes and gain for our productions, we will need 5G. And last but not least, it's also worth those issues that we call critical mission or close to mission critical, just like fire alarms, gas emission sensors, or the point of the lone worker, a person that stays alone in the field for quite a long time. To be able to do this wirelessly, we need the reliability only awarded by 5G. So these are a few of the examples that we will have here applied as of June 2022, if Wilson's forecast is correct. Exactly. Diana, you mentioned Wilson, and also with another element of what he mentioned, he said that until 4G, the applications were very much user-driven, and with the 5G, they will be machine-driven. And you mentioned this in the industry. This revolution that will happen in the industry, how will this impact the end user, the common person? I believe that we have some solutions that can also reach the end user. When we talk about the agribusiness, right, we talk about autonomous vehicles, as I mentioned. It's not going to be a reality only in our logistics, but perhaps in the future, not so near, in our roads. And it also will bring benefit for the end user. But here it can also make a link with our own business that we have in BAS, which is agribusiness. So how 5G also add value to our farms, to our growers, to the people in the rural area, that we know today generally the mobile coverage in our farms and this huge extension of land that we have in Brazil is deficient. So 5G reaching our farms will change MO digitally, and I will have weather monitoring, soil information, cultivation information online. And so, as Wilson mentioned in his presentation, or Borges, perhaps, I don't recall exactly who, but we can have this application of products and quantities all being monitored. And like this, we have this management for our agribusiness. So autonomous vehicles, and once again, when we have the best processes in the chemical industry, somehow we also have better products reaching the end user. this impact on the agribusiness that you mentioned, does the BASF have any direct connection? What would be the contribution or the connection of BASF with the agribusiness? Agribusiness is one of the largest business that we have here in South America with BASF. We are manufacturers of agro solutions in a partnership with other companies. Certainly 5G will help us to supply solutions, digital solutions, agro. She excuses herself for the grower at the other end. Okay, thank you, wonderful. Borges, let's return a little to you. You mentioned that there are different demands not met by the industrial industry that could be released with 5G. Could you give us some examples so that we can understand this? What would be these demands? How are they going to impact in our reality? His mic is off.
Quem nunca, né? Desculpa, estava falando que é prazer.
Sorry. Yeah, I was saying that it's a pleasure to be interacting with you after so long that we have talked last time. So, Paul, I believe that Diane already mentioned a series of examples, but what I believe that we can take from what she said, what is the major driver of the digital transformation? In data, information that you can collect from a piece of equipment, from a machine, from any kind of equipment, so that somehow you can process this and work with this information so that you can make decision fastly, so that you can make the use of technologies feasible. And here I go back to frustration, especially we in Siemens. We have worked directly in this process of co-creation with the client, even with BASF. And like this, we apply certain technologies that we know have potential and they could reach a greater potential, but then we say, no, let's have a better connection. And we cannot do this here because we have an area of shade where we don't have coverage. And then we cannot guarantee that when an autonomous comes from one place to another in the plant, there is no coverage and the vehicle have to change to the next antenna. So solutions of this kind, I believe this is the word, we get frustrated because you know that you have the technology so that you can do a series of improvements on the plant floor, but you're restricted by connectivity. And then I would like to add also to what Diana was saying, we can think in the plant floor and the major gain that we have of digital transformation and with 5G will make it even more feasible is when you think on the productive chain as a whole. You're not thinking on the plant floor anymore only. And agribusiness, it's very important to have the connection from the very beginning with the grower, with the dairy worker, the person that produces the dairy products, or the one that produces soybean, until you get to the consumer. And if you think on the amount of data we'll be moving around there and how rich this will be with these features that Wilson told us that 5G will bring, imagine the gain on all of this. If you think on the whole chain, certainly we as consumers will be those who will benefit at the end. And something else I would like to add. And sometimes the question comes like this, but what is 5G in the industry? So can my employees will be able to use the cell phones connected to 5G of the plant? I said, no, this is not. 5G, we have to understand it very well. Let's differentiate this. The cell phone that you will continue using inside the plant. It will be connected to a public network. The industrial private network of 5G is only and exclusively to operate on machine-to-machine communications. There is no competition with operators. Oh, okay, thank you very much. So, David, you in Fraunhofer, you are tied to a series of projects, researchers that are really anticipating things that will turn into reality a few years in the future. According to your experience, what you have seen, what are the projects that can be transformed in new things that will impact on the life of normal people? Well, Paulo, thank you for the question. Well, several examples were mentioned by the colleagues here in this panel. We have to think, where are we going to need the 5G technology? Wilson, Diane, and Borges mentioned we are talking about high density of objects, low latency, guarantee of full connection all the time with reliability. Diane brought the car-to-car, car-to-X communication, the autonomous cars and the cars that communicate with other objects in the town. And we have been working with that in our Berlin test center with the 5G. And there is also a smart grids. That would be a major application. In terms of agriculture, I know very little, and I leave these for the experts. Diane mentioned a lot on this, but if we analyze the Industry 4.0 and manufacturing, where I am more active, we have several examples. We talk a lot about predictive maintenance, monitoring, and for this application, we don't need the 5G. But when we want to control processes in real time, for instance, you have a digital twin on your plant with a model simulation, and you want in real time to make a change in your plant, taking into considerations the data of sensors installed over there. 5G is very interesting for that. We have worked a lot with that. Another point that we have here, and Diane also mentioned, we are developing here AGVs that move on our plant floor. I showed you the picture. And these vehicles, they can carry a robotic arm, and they can work logistically and also quality of parts. So they can carry a camera that will be image analysis with artificial intelligence algorithms and say go or no go for a piece or a part, or even to bring a part to a place where it is needed. This is the case that we have worked on here. And yes, so with the example of the AGV that you mentioned, what is the enhancement? What is the level change? The AGV technology already exists for many years, since the 80s. So what 5G will enable doing more than the current technology is not capable of? Well, sure. It's a very important point, is the accuracy in the location of the element in the plant environment. This, without question, is an important factor that 5G enables. And when you have, for instance, as I mentioned, analysis of images with camera, you need a fast processing. You transfer this information to another part of the plant, and then you return with a decision made. In this case, you also need speed, low latency of the 5G, and the reliability. You must not lose signal. And Wilson mentioned high density of objects in the plant. We can talk about 5,000 objects per 1,000 square meters. So 5G enables this. In Wi-Fi, you have a high risk of all the time losing the connection during the operation. So this is something that cannot happen. I understood, Wilson. the companies, will they be dependent on the regulation in the country, or do they have the right of installing a private 5G network in their environment? No, they depend on Anatel regulation so that they start using it even in a private environment. So before regulation, the company cannot do it. No, unfortunately, they can't. We have this step, this final step yet to do. And other countries, perhaps where 5G is more advanced, the countries that are already prepared, are companies operating with private 5G networks? Microphone. About what I know more are the cases in Germany. We know the US, Japan too, but examples well known is in Germany. Siemens received an approval for one of their plants. I forgot the name of the city, but they managed the concession to establish a private network using 5G. I also believe that this could have already happened because it's independent from the model of the operator, and certainly there is the point that Wilson mentioned of analyzing interferences that might happen with a satellite service. And there's already, we did some studies on that in our plant in Jundiaí, how we should try to establish a private 5G network, trying to identify if there are such interferences of these satellite dishes so that we can request this approval, this permission. Is it released in German? Yes. And in BASF, does BASF with a plant in Germany working with a private network? I would say that operating, no, but we already have several applications being used, and even the Ludwigshafen plant has acquired their own frequency to make the first tests and develop in-house know-how so that when 5G is available worldwide, we have a basis, a knowledge to extract the most as possible. Wilson, perhaps changing gears a little bit, we are seeing an era not only of digitization, but also a very important focus on the decarbonization of economy. 5G network, does it interfere with the environment, or depending on our answer, if there is no direct interference, how can 5G help the decarbonization process of the economy? Well, when we compare 5G and 4G, it consumes less. And even when we compare with Wi-Fi, so with the same coverage, same transportation capacity, 5G consumes less. And then there is a secondary effect, is that usually when we are in a mine and when the truck does the best route without people accelerating and stepping on the brakes, it saves fuel and it's more success. I'm even going to add a little bit, a case in Germany. There is a public case from Lufthansa that made the inspection of airplane turbines with 5G. They use augmented reality glasses and people are inside the sheds, the technicians, and they make the maintenance in Germany. This was one of the first cases implemented during the pandemic. So it is very interesting, and there are references in the YouTube. If you want, we can share the link. It's very easy to see. This is the most advanced now, even in Germany, for the regulation that was done before in Germany. And just to add, in Nokia, we have 38 networks in operation. They are private networks in operation in Germany. Good. You also mentioned the importance of cybersecurity. I would like to leave this question for you and Borges. Tell us about the importance of cybersecurity in the 5G environment. Well, the private network, as many people want to implement it, when I have a private network, I register all the devices and I have some safety on a physical layer. This provides a greater safety. And I mentioned very briefly the network slicing. It's also with high security, but Borges also mentions something very interesting. To network to have value, this private network has to be integrated to other networks, like the logistic network. So I have to think on how to make the integration of all these networks. So I have a challenge of maintaining the safety of the network and the challenge of integrating it to larger networks or have so that the system works. It's not easy. Borges, can you mention that? Yes, I believe that this is the trade-off, depending on what you want and the process, how critical it is. Diane showed the critical processes, and probably it wouldn't be much convenient to leave this vulnerable in a network 5G that is hybrid, with a mix between what is proprietary and what is privative and what is in a public network. So it depends on what process you want to leave encapsulated and protected in a public network. The one that you can, well, I don't need here so much safety. I can go to a layer that is not so safe. And without question, you have to evaluate the cost effectiveness in terms of risk to make this integration in the chain as a whole. In some moment, you will have to leave your world, your protected world, your bubble, and think on your chain, and then you will have to define the levels. And this is the beauty of each of these projects of digital transformation. And once again, that 5G will help us a lot doing this.
Resgatando a pergunta anterior, Paulo, sobre a questão de sustentabilidade, que é dos temas aqui do Congresso, né, não só de inovação, mas eu acredito muito, quando a gente fala em melhoria de processo, viabilizado pelo 5G, sempre você está procurando uma otimização do teu recurso, né? Na medida em que você coloca máquinas conversando com máquinas, né? Quer seja você colocando uma tecnologia de edge computing ali no chão de fábrica, ou jogando para a nuvem, e aí sem dúvida 5G está fazendo isso de forma muito rápida, você joga ali, como é que chama? Algoritmos de inteligência artificial que vão fazer com que o seu processo seja mais eficaz. Ou seja, vai ser um processo mais limpo, né? Ele vai gerar menos desperdício, vai consumir menos energia. E aí, de novo, acho que a comunidade ganha como um todo, porque assim é uma operação mais ecologicamente amigável, né?
Mais sustentável, né? Ô,
Sim,
Borges,
sim.
mas quando eu ouço vocês falando isso, eu fico imaginando, né, um cenário meio futurista, meio exterminador do futuro. Estamos falando de um ambiente industrial, 5G, máquina fala com máquina, falando com rede, a dependência, a confiabilidade...
When machine talks to machines,
conversando e se atualizando, se aprimorando.
They talk to each other. So the safety degree, is this today, is this mature? Is this sure and safe? Well, the technology is very very good. So the big gaps we still have in cybersecurity and the hackers, that unfortunately is in our hands. So that's a human failure. So I believe today we can guarantee a lot of measures.
Davi, tem uma pergunta da Ana Carolina.
Davi, I have a question from Ana Carolina. She wants to understand a little bit how 5G can allow less energy consumption. Well, I have no idea, and I need to pass this on. Yes, I imagine one of the promises of 5G is using autonomous car. So, and this will happen one day. It will take a while, but 3 million. Now we think about 3 million car accidents. We can eliminate them. So if they were all connected by algorithms, so probably we will decrease our fuel consumption. So this would be a good win with technology on the whole world. But do you think that technology, 5G technology, would be enough to have autonomous cars? But that's a difficult decision. So the autonomous driving. So the decision between kill yourself or kill a child, for example, on the street. Well, this could be another panel. I love this discussion, but that's the same thing. If you think about São Paulo State in 1900, when we changed to engine cars, there was a discussion in the past, and we are going to solve this problem. And Ana Carolina's question, how can we reduce energy consumption? Well, we're talking about industrial processes. If you do the coordination of cars, get to the farm when you're doing the harvesting, and then when you get to the port when the ship is coming, then you can use less energy. Yes, that's clear. Well answered. What's the impact of 5G on virtual reality environment? Well, that's fundamental. The augmented reality and mixed reality, this is one of the technologies we have on 5G. For example, a technical on the field or a Siemens technical, this technician can use augmented reality, and he can be guided by a colleague that's remotely, and he can access a library. So this is a very this application that can give you a high productivity gain. And people, if you have a remote technician with augmented reality, you don't need to travel. You can do the maintenance. Yeah, I would like to complement this, because that's what we talked about. 5G will make this possible. Today we can do this, but with a lot of limitations. But sometimes we have interruptions. Sometimes the file won't open. We have this already, but to improve the solution or to use this solution for every employee, so if they all use this glasses, this augmented reality, that's not possible without the 5G. Great. I have another question, changing the focus. Enrique is talking about privacy. If the employees of the company, if they use 5G in the company, how is the privacy situation? I'm not sure if I understood this correctly, but that's what you said, Wilson. The 5G connection won't be with a private network. There's no interaction between your private device. Yeah, I think the privacy's history. There is no privacy anymore. Oh, Bosch, talk a little bit about this. I would like to comment on this. Perhaps they want to know about the solutions of 5G. For example, the real-time location system sensors we will have on the people, and in a plant, we can, for example, monitor people. But of course, we have a law and some other regulations you need to elaborate. Yes, and health, 5G with health issues, that privacy, data privacy is, of course, an issue. So technology did a lot of a very quick evaluation. So when we talk about artificial intelligence, for example, which algorithm can make the car go? So that's an ethical question, and that's much more about regulation, about the laws, about the legal framework, and that's not a technical question. Yes, I believe these are two independent things, the industrial systems and the persons. But reality is that 5G, so we don't have privacy today. Technology today allows, so imagine how many data you have in the cloud, how many people have their cameras on in the houses, microphones, cell phones that capture everything. Yes, that's what I wanted to say. We have Siri here. I talked to my wife and I said, well, I believe we need a new refrigerator. Next day I had a lot of proposals for new refrigerators on my cell phone. So I would ask Bruno. Bruno, how much time I have? We are coming to an end.
Eu queria consultar você quanto...
Na verdade,
yes.
Temos, na verdade, Bruno, mas temos aí uns...
Well, you're over time. Just come to an end. Yes, perhaps the panelists can wrap up in 30 seconds. Diane, would you like to start? Yes, so thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity. And together with Siemens and Nokia, we have an ecosystem where we talked a lot to AHK about 5G. So if someone is interested, if someone has a question, just come to us. So this is really that's a hot topic. Thank you. So Borges, 5 seconds. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. We have a discussion group about 5G coordinated by the chamber. This is a 30 seconds here. 5G is connection and communication. I believe these are the most important points. We here at Fraunhofer in Germany, we can connect with you in Brazil together. As Borges said, we can develop solutions together to face the challenges you have in Brazil. So I would like to invite you to get to know us. And Wilson, yes, thank you very much. I believe cooperation is very important. We need academy, companies, and state, and then we can make 5G go forward. Yes, thank you to you. It was a very nice talking to you, and I give back to Bruno.
Paulo, muito obrigado pela moderação desse painel.
Thank you for your moderation, Paulo. It was really It was a class about 5G, about apps, the concept, and all over the world. Thank you very much. Thank you, Paulo. And thank you to the panelists that were with us the last hour. So as a last word, as you heard, the Chamber wants to foster a cooperation between the companies. And our goal here is to foster this discussion, this debate. How we can, some months ago, Siemens, BASF, Borges, we created a working group 5G. We discuss this topic, and we're trying to work on this topic. And we, as a chamber, want to foster the business potential we see, and we want to understand how 5G can help the business. So you're invited, all the chamber members can be part of this working group. And as I said, cooperation is very, very important. Thank you, Paulo. Thank you all. And now we are coming to an end. We have our two talks. Next talk, we are having a keynote from Professor Heiko Gebauer, Professor of Fraunhofer Center for International Management and Knowledge Economy. We'll be talking about digitalization, servitization. Professor Heiko Gebauer, you can tell us a little bit about servitization.
Introduction. I will share my screen. I will try to take you on the next 50 minutes on an interesting journey discussing how digitalization and servitization can take product companies on an interesting road for future revenue growth. Okay, as mentioned, so I'm Heiko Gebauer. I work for Fraunhofer Institute here in Germany, but I'm also a professor in Sweden, in Linköping, and work also at the University of St. Gallen. And for now about 20 years, I try to combine both topics, digitalization and servitization, as an academic, but also very close in industry collaborations. What we recognized over the last years, that we actually see a kind of convergence. So we have our industry that have moved away from just selling products now towards providing the product as a service or providing services, where you might no longer sell a car, but the mobility the car's offering, or you don't longer sell a tire, but a kilometer the tire is running, the hour a jet engine is running. So you see a kind of servitization going on, where products become increasingly extended through service offerings, and service offerings that somehow guarantee the customer a certain performance or certain outcomes. And on the other hand, we see this kind of digital world where we see large digital players and pioneers coming in with quite disruptive business models, challenging the traditional industry. Is it Google? Is it Amazon? Or our digital companies? And bring both together. The question is, of course, what companies should do and try to explore this kind of new opportunities here. Of course, you can look at digitalization and servitization quite easily from a cost perspective. That's a good point of view, but it's only a very short-term oriented point of view. So we normally recommend, if you try to bring both together, so digitalization and servitization, look at what kind of new growth opportunities both can generate for the companies. Since if you grow, both digitalization and servitization create a very strong lock-in effect for your customers. And once you have achieved a certain position in your market through digital technologies, through types of services, it's very difficult for your competitors to catch up. So that's why we always favor kind of growth opportunities, looking into which kind of growth opportunities companies can have by extending their services, by offering digital products and also digital services. Just take the example, I think it's of Apple. Apple, the main product is the iPhone, and surprisingly, Apple is able to protect the product price. So if you take the first iPhone generation and now generation 12 or even 13, Apple could always put in new technologies into the product that motivated the buyer to pay a higher price. So the product price is actually increasing by putting more technologies into it. But despite this kind of more attractive prices, Apple recognized it has to grow also other areas. And it has to grow maybe some traditional services, taking care of any damage of an iPhone with the Apple Care. It's about selling digital products like an iTunes song through iTunes. It's about offering applications, not only Apple applications, but also third-party applications to make the phone and the applications on the phone even more attractive for customers, augmenting the increasing price as well. And then there are also some digital services like buying your iCloud space and something like that. And if you look into Apple's financial figures, the real growth in Apple now no longer comes from selling the core product, the iPhone, the MacBook, or the iPad. No, it comes from growing in the digital area as well as in the service area. And this is something also I think the industry should look at. So if I take the industry, you can take many different product categories. Could be a car, it could be a tire, a forklift, or a computer. Of course, not every company can really have this kind of success story of Apple by improving step by step the product margin. There might be companies very happy with keeping the existing product margins, or might even fight eroding product margins because of competition, because of the technologies becoming its kind of commodity. And each industrial company has to think about, okay, if we can no longer really grow in our product core business, what kind of growth opportunities can now come from services? So this kind of servitization, or is it about also offering digital things, digital products and digital services? On the right-hand side is just a figure of a German company, DMG, making machines, trying to grow the traditional area of repair, maintenance, and training services, but also moving quite ahead of adding software applications to the product. And these software applications can be either sold on premise, or customers have to subscribe to the software, or even offering the machine to the customer without the need of the customer to buy the machine. So they actually pay per produced part. So the customer has no upfront investment any longer, just OPEX, operational costs, and just pays for every part produced on the DMG machine. And it's a kind of new growth areas DMG is now exploring by combining servitization and digitization. While this sounds quite easy, or this is just an illustration now where the industry is currently at the moment. So don't get confused. So the first number of the percentage is actually the revenue share. So around 70% still comes from the product area. But as you can see, the second number in the brackets is actually the growth expectation. So the product market is no longer really growing. Yes, the services are growing a little bit, but even if it's now today still a kind of low percentage, but the higher growth rates are actually in digital area. So that's where the company is actually trying to grow. And in the future, it might be not directly 50%, but we see in 10-15% of the revenue, and many product companies might be in the future coming from the digital space. But this it's not an easy task. And what we observed in many companies over the last 20 years, you actually face a kind of paradoxes. So it means even if digitalization offers many benefits, it's not so easy to achieve these expected benefits. We call this a kind of digital paradox, that companies invest into new digital services, but find it very difficult to convince the customer to pay for it, or they find it very challenging to motivate their own sales staff to go with this kind of digital offerings to the customers. In a similar aspect, we also observed in the service area a couple of years earlier already. We call it a service paradox. So it's not so easy also to convince customers to buy services for a machine. So even if there is an opportunity to grow revenues in the digital and service area, it's not an easy task. But it's worth doing it. And it's worth taking the risk of adding digital services and services to your core product offering. Because there are a couple of examples just listed here. And many of these examples actually take digitalization and servitization to achieve a different kind of revenue structure. You no longer sell a software like Zoom, you just pay a subscription. You don't buy Netflix, but you subscribe to it. You don't buy the on-running shoe, but you subscribe to the shoe, and every 400 kilometers you get a new one. Or you no longer buy a Volvo car, but you can subscribe to it and pay a monthly fee, like a rental fee or a fee per kilometer. Or the same for the Heidelberg printing machine, you pay per printed sheet. So this kind of revenue structure moves towards services and towards recurring revenues. So these are revenues every month, every year, your customer sticks to it. And the advantage of recurring revenue is that at the beginning of the year, you start already with the subscription from last year and you just continue. And this has a huge effect on certain success indicators of the company, like your profitability, but also the ratio between enterprise value, EV, EBITDA ratio. So both somehow improve your company performance, moving towards services and moving towards this kind of recurring revenue structure. And another effect of this kind of combination of digital products and services, it allows you to solve more complex customer needs. Customer thinks it's important for him or her, but it might be just not be satisfied with the product, but it's a kind of broader offering you're doing. Of course, the customer still has to make some own contribution, but it allows you to have a kind of combination of applications, services, hardware products, try to bring it together to get a kind of customized solution for the customer. And this creates a lock-in effect and also a certain willingness of the customer to pay a price premium for this kind of comprehensive solution. And how this can look like, for doing this, you have to a little bit go away from your maybe initially quite narrow focus on trying to just grow your product business. It's an illustration taken from glass and harvester manufacturer, and glass recognized, there are certain growth limits in the product area. But if you want to grow into services and digital offerings, we have to take a different perspective on our customers. Customers are farmers and agricultural businesses. Yes, for them, the tractor is important, but the tractor is just one part of their business. And Glass had to recognize, we have to be open also to do some other things besides our harvesters, beside our tractors. It's about supporting agricultural businesses in crop planning, and about managing their living stock, in understanding the weather condition. It's about making a business plan or applying for subsidies and something like that. So you have a kind of huge offering now coming in that try to improve the outcome of making agricultural businesses more successful. And these are the growth areas Glass and its platform called 365 FarmNet are now exploring. And in order to do that, what we recognized, it comes quite often, these are just the services now offered, but in order to provide all these services from stock management, crop rotation, financial services, and something like that, you have to think about should I do it myself? Should I do it myself as class or with my platform? Or should I go with partners? And it's another fact emerging. If you try to explore these growth opportunities through digital offerings for services, it often means you have to work in ecosystems. You have to invite our partners that contribute with some services, that also offer certain applications, in that case for agricultural businesses, and it could be from fertilizer manufacturer, from other equipment manufacturer, from weather stations and something like that. So it's a kind of huge offering that you try to bring to the market in order to explore this kind of growth opportunities. And this was just a very small glance, trying to understand, if you try to combine digitalization multiplied with servitization. Yes, there are two promising roads towards achieving revenue growth. It's not easy. That's why this kind of digital paradox has to be considered a service paradox. So there are some challenges and barriers. Nevertheless, as it's worth going that direction. And if you do it, think about what could be customer problems I'm trying to address. And if I address a more comprehensive customer offering, what kind of partners do I need? And if I have this in place, my revenue structure moves towards services and recurring revenues, and this really improves my company performance at the end. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'm open maybe for some questions, and I hope I could get you some ideas, some inspirational ideas. Thanks for your attention.
A palestra que você trouxe foi incrível, como você sabe.
Thank you, Mr. Gebauer. I believe that your presentation was incredible. We already had a panel about servitization in the industry, but you went deep down there, and even some questions that were open in the previous panel could be answered by your presentation. Something very interesting that you mentioned, perhaps obvious for a few people, is that through servitization, actually, we can solve the problems of many companies, and like that, solving the problems of the companies, we can add more value to our business. When I mean add value or answer the problems of the companies to solve their problems, I mentioned, for instance, when a person wants to go to point A or point B, this person doesn't want to buy a car, just wants to move from A to B, want mobility. Company when needs machines, they want this as a strategical point. They don't want to buy machines. The final objective, the purpose is to have energy efficiency and use the machine. So the last two slides that you showed were fantastic. This point of digitalization and servitization as a way of solving our clients' problems, and not only develop products and bring them as a function, but to solve problems using services and add more performance to our business. So thank you very much once again. And I believe that it added a lot and closed with a golden key this discussion about servitization. Thank you very much, sir. And in this way, we continue to our last presentation. Our last presentation from today give us a glimpse of what is going to happen tomorrow when our main topic will be sustainability. So the presentation that we will have now will mix digitization and sustainability, and we'll talk about the digitization of a product in a circular economy. Nobody better than Siemens to talk about this subject, so I invite now Daniel Scurazello, CEO and President of Siemens of America, to discuss a little bit more with us and to bring us what Siemens has been doing and how Siemens understand the digitalization of the circular economy of a product and in the circular economy. Daniel, please, thank you for accepting our invitation. I thank your invitation. Thank you for being here with you. It is a pleasure and an honor. And I'm going to share a little bit of our experience, even virtually, about such an interesting topic. It was very good. We heard a presentation about digitalization, its importance for competitivity and servitization. And in the past years, digitalization has changed quite a bit. the focus, if before it was just efficiency increase or reduction of inefficiency, now the word sustainability is embedded in this topic with all the strength it deserves. And personally, the topic of sustainability of business, sustainability of digitalization to serve a sustainability is something that is my great passion. And the point of the circular chain, the circular economy, is also something very interesting. We know several world cases, they are well renowned, but let's go step by step. When I think about sustainability, I go back to nature, to our main teacher, if we allow it to be so. And a native bush, as we can see, everything is connected, right? Everything is sustainable. The definition of sustainability is exactly that, a development, a growth without depleting future resources. And I believe that only nature does this very well, and we have a lot to learn with nature. When we talk about circular economy, it is also part when we believe that inside natural ecosystem, things circulate and they consume themselves perfectly. And in our context, the context of industry, we see a very complex time, very interesting times, because we are leaving, I hope so, a pandemic, a very difficult period to all of us, and in an industry environment that was complex before and volatile, and now it is even more if we bring this to our reality here in Brazil, where we have several variables and complexities linked to economic and political issues. But sustainability is right in the middle. And when we work in the industrial world, a complex world, we have to, instead of waiting for this, we should see this as a competitive edge. A competitive edge is that we are able to understand that this increase of information, of data, of technology, of supply can be organized and can be a differential to take us to the next level. We from Siemens, the digital software industry, we work with 3 pillars to put some order in this complexity and make it competitive. A comprehensive digital win, we cannot leave anything out of it. A platform or some personalized platforms that are modern and adaptable. We work with big companies and small startups, with individuals and with government, and also with an open and flexible ecosystem. Exactly, because digitization is not anything new. We all have a certain level of digitization. And our objective is to complement it with solutions that make sense. And this we call accelerator. That would be a catalyst for a digital enterprise. And with this proposal of accelerating the companies towards a digital world, towards a path like the industry 5.0, society 5.0, sustainability, and all the parts of a puzzle that is as complex as the companies. And in a scope of a circular economy, I decided to bring 2 interesting topics for you. First is material management of a company like GM, that was one of the pioneers in terms of circular economy, and can be understood as management, because management of products, of engineering, of manufacturing is something that is quite common in the traditional industries. And we have to understand traceability, we have to understand life cycle, we have to place a value on this data, share with the right people, but many times after the project, after the product or service or process is delivered, this information is lost. So to manage the materials that these components used in their creation and developed help to work the post-life. That would be the closing of a circle of a circular economy. And also in-house, we see a quote of Thomas Outlook that say, working or with the materials, we can understand how we can find the right material. And there's also compliance, because if we are going to understand the sustainability of a business, sustainability of a cycle, we understand that the ecosystem can expand very easily. So a company working in the circular economy necessarily has to start working with the suppliers so that they do the same. Otherwise, sustainability becomes restricted to its own life. So when we work with compliance, it's not only of ethical rules, but also compliance of materials, compliance of best practice of sustainability.
And this in a very complex word, as I said in the beginning. So this is always more relevant. So here, working with these materials and the components to give the market a recyclable product that can be used easily, that can be, that's not more expensive. So the recycling wouldn't be more expensive than the development of a new product. And also the situation of minerals in conflict regions. This is part of sustainability, because we want a better world for all of us. So technology and digitalization needs to be inclusive. So it's very important to know where the materials come from. And when we work with a huge portfolio of products, the link needs to be digital, because otherwise this would be overwhelming and it won't be possible to manage everything. All of this on a digital blackboard, and here we can discuss possible risk of non-compliance when we see the whole supply chain. And our platform for data management is basis for these two applications. So that's a statement from Mahindra team, and this is an example of our circular economy, and we are very proud of this. We adopted measures for sustainability as a company, and our plant in Jundiaí has already implemented circular economy, not only for our clients, but also, of course, in our own company. So these are 3 examples. Yes, that's what I wanted to share with you very quickly. So at the end of this event, I would thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you to the Chamber for this really rich program. And I will stay here to answer your questions. Thank you, Daniel. this was really a good presentation. Just to give a teaser what we're doing tomorrow. Tomorrow we're talking about sustainability, and your presentation made this bridge between digitalization and sustainability and circular economy. This is one of the most important topics we discuss. So that would be the end of our first day of our conference, and tomorrow we will have a lot more. We will have, again, panels, we will have a workshop about ODS business case, global impact, and the NDCs. And we will have matchmaking with startups, with the big startups connected. And we will have the opportunity, you will have the opportunity to connect. And usually the connection with startups is paid, and we are providing everything without costs. Just I believe open innovation is one of the most important topics. We're talking about collaboration. Just we have the tools of this Congress. These tools will allow you a cooperation. So don't miss this opportunity. This is the opportunity. Tomorrow we will have open innovation, and you can connect with our startups. And today, and you can use the time today or tomorrow. Just click on the name of the participant or search for the company. Then you can stay here in our room, and you can make a meeting here. Sometimes online events, you don't have the networking, but we made sure to have tools you can have the networking. So that's a provocation. Just click on the name, talk to the people. We want to make a difference for a better world, and we can't do this alone. We should do this together. So until tomorrow, thank you very much for everyone. And check our social media, AHK, the Department of Sustainability. I'm always here. I have an Instagram. And it's very important to continue this discussion. See you tomorrow, 9 o'clock in the morning.